Ladies and gentlemen, it is 6 p.m. on November the 5th, 2019. Welcome to our City Council briefing session. Going to try and keep everything on track tonight if we possibly can. And so the first thing that we have is to discuss the agenda items. If you notice on the agenda, we have only one item is for individual consideration, and that will be discussed in the City Council itself. We have 3 proclamations, and those will be given out. I've already given those assignments. So, Mr. Hugman, if you would give us a rundown on consent.
Sure. Mayor and Council, on your consent agenda, item 4A are the minutes for the October 15th City Council regular meeting. Item 4B is a resolution authorizing purchase for pavement crack and joint sealing services from Kurtco. This is through a Grand Prairie cooperative contract with an estimated expenditure of $150,000. This is part of our street maintenance program where we do crack and joint sealing on certain streets. This is an amendment number 3 under the Grand Prairie cooperative contract. During amendment number 2, the contractor had increased the pricing a little bit, but amendment number 3 carries on that same pricing from amendment number 2. And so again, we have $150,000 allocated in the general fund for street maintenance for this expenditure. Item 4C is a resolution authorizing a 1-year term contract for traffic signal maintenance services with Siemens Mobility. We've been using Siemens Mobility for the past 3 years. They have a very good service record. They do the higher end and more involved traffic maintenance on our traffic signals and construction as well. And so this is for an amount of $189,143. It's a little more than we budgeted in the past because we are trying to replace fiber optics. We have funding allocated in the general fund in traffic operations, and then some funding that is from the fund balance of the Transportation Improvement and Safety Fund, or what was previously known as the Red Light Fund. Item 4D is a resolution authorizing purchase of traffic operations equipment and maintenance from Consolidated Traffic Controls. This is through an HGAC contract. This is an estimated expenditure amount of $96,123. And what Consolidated Traffic Controls will provide for us is licensing and maintenance agreement, doing maintenance on the Opticom, emergency vehicle Opticom system. We are purchasing 2 additional driver feedback signage. That is the radar signs that you see that flash your speed if you're over the speed limit. We're going to purchase 2 more of those, and then also annual traffic signal supplies. Again, funding is allocated in the general fund, in the traffic operations budget, as well as some funding from the red light fund balance.
Okay, does that just, it's track the speed, does it track anything else? Count it, just speed only, or does it report?
Or John or Greg, do those signs have counters on them also?
It does count, and it does take speed, and we do get the data. When we pull them down, we can plug in our computer and get the data off of those if we needed it, if we wanted that.
But those signs are just one directional too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's just to encourage people to look at their speed and slow down.
Yes.
So we,
Yes, we had the original 2 were the ones that were on Duncanville. We recently moved them, but those were the ones that you're familiar that you probably saw on Duncanville. Those kind.
I think.
Item 4E is a resolution authorizing purchase of traffic operations equipment, maintenance, and supplies from Paradigm Traffic Systems. This is also through a buy board contract. This is in the estimated expenditure amount of $261,947. And this will purchase traffic signal control cabinets and traffic controllers, as well as some batteries and other video detection equipment. Again, funding is allocated in the general fund and the traffic operations budget, and then some funding out of the red light fund balance. Item 4F is a resolution authorizing the purchase of a trailer-mounted valve exerciser from EH Walks. This is also through a buy-board contract in the amount of $64,024. You may recall during the budget workshop, we discussed with you this valve exerciser. What it does is it will allow us to exercise our water line valves, and we will be able to do it much more efficiently than we do now. It takes a 3-person crew to do it. With this exerciser, it will allow 1 person to do it, plus it allows them to clean out the mud and everything from the valve boxes. Exercising those valves ensures that they work when we need them to work, and when we need them is when we have a water line break and we need to isolate parts of the system. And if the valves don't work, then we have to go farther out, and that means more people are affected. So it's very important that we are able to exercise our valves and make sure that they work when needed. The funding for this is allocated in the fleet rotation budget.
So this particular piece of equipment will enable you all to be more efficient in doing that work?
Yes, sir.
And also improve the speed in which you're doing it now, because I read it was 100. You all are doing 100 right now under current conditions? 100?
About 100 valves a year.
A year?
We would like to do half of our valves, which are about 900 valves a year. We have 1,800 valves, and so we'd like to do 900 a year so that we get every valve once every 2 years. Right now, we're nowhere near that. So this will help tremendously in achieving that goal. Thank you. Item 4G is a resolution authorizing award of bid 19-051. This is for water utility improvements in the Irwin Kiesler edition. There are various segments that are being replaced. This is old 2-inch and 6-inch water lines that will be replaced with 8-inch PVC. We sent the bid notices to 34 vendors and 199 historically underutilized businesses. We got 7 bids. The lowest responsive bidder was Hill Construction Company in the amount of $799,723. Although we have not used this particular company before, their references have been good, and so we recommend awarding the bid to them.
I want to ask something. If you're going to a smaller pipe, does that affect your pressure?
Going a larger.
I mean, a larger pipe?
Well, going to the larger pipe provides more flow and more volume to meet the
I
higher.
thought when you went down though,
Well, when you pinch them,
If you pinch it, you'll get more
Pressure.
back
More pressure,
pressure,
but you don't-
but actually.
well, sometimes we get none. Well, like we turn it on and it's like,
yeah.
you wonder if it's even home.
We have other projects identified in the master plan that we've been working on to address the water pressure issues. There, this goes towards it.
The larger pipe will help with your pressure restrictions that you may have in the smaller piping. So the larger pipe will allow more flow, and then addressing other issues with pressures, it should help tremendously.
All right. Go on, Kristen.
You don't want tiny pipes.
Some pressure in my water pipes.
You need more elevation.
We need more elevation, is that what you're saying?
The elevated storage tanks are what puts your pressure on your system.
And so we've got to do something about the tanks.
Ask him if he's asking for another tank.
Oh. Pull on a thread.
But this will help with going to larger lines.
Okay.
Plus they're PVC, so they'll last a lot longer. Item 4H is a resolution authorizing award of bid 19-068 for drainage, erosion, and paving improvements on Ferguson Lane. This is awarded. This is a project, Ferguson Lane, which is near the Mock Branch Creek, is experiencing some erosion. It will cause the road, could eventually cause the road to fail. So we're proposing to do some drainage, erosion, and paving improvements by installing a gabion basket retaining wall and then redoing that roadway. Bid notices were sent to 80 vendors, including and also 218 historically underutilized businesses. We received 6 bids, and the lowest responsive bidder was XL4 Construction. We have used them before, and we've had very good experience with them. We have the funding for this project is allocated in the FY20 drainage improvements project budget, and partially some funding in the general fund street maintenance budget for the street portion of it.
How far does that go? That's starting at, near Cockroach, near Duncanville up to,
It's not that, I don't think it's that entire section on it, but the first lane that's being redone, we can expand on.
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry, sir.
how far is that drainage from, I know it starts at Duncanville, how far up are we working on it?
For Ferguson Road,
Yes.
what we're really working on is the gabion wall down in the creek.
Right.
From about 100 and some foot
About
section.
300 feet.
How much?
300
300
linear
feet.
feet.
That's what- yeah. We're armoring basically the whole bank, and we're rebuilding the road as part of this project because it got undercut.
And then item 4I is a resolution authorizing purchase for athletic supplies and equipment from VSN Sports through a buy-board contract. This is in the estimated amount of $75,000. This is for our typical annual replacement of soccer goals and nets, bleachers, tennis nets, gym dividers, ball pads, etc. We estimate that those expenditures will be in the amount of $75,000, and the funding is available in the general fund Parks and Recreation budget and applicable line items.
But that wasn't clear, because it said in the past it was always 50,000.
Well, no, it's been going up. So in the past, when it was below 50,000, we hadn't had to bring this. Now that we're getting up around 50 and over 50,000, you're seeing this contract. In the past, we didn't have to do that. But every year, we have more things, and prices go up, the cost is going up. So Art, Timothy, I want to expand on that.
But it's also being utilized by the field house for all their equipment, as well as the recreation center too.
But so, what is it, like just an open tab up to 75, or is it one purchase?
It's a blanket purchase, so it's all the different supplies and materials, so it isn't a blanket purchase order. And then we'll just, purchase as we need. That's how much we have budgeted, so we won't go over that, but and we may be less depending on how much we need. It's just,
So it's
we
an open
estimate
tab
it
that you
could-
can spend up to 75,000.
I guess you
Okay,
But
so
since it's the same vendor, we have to do it this way as a purchase, as one blanket purchase contract rather than doing piecemeal purchasing. We don't want to violate state law, then we're over 50,000 total to the same vendor.
and then you have oversight on what is being spent.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Just an item to note, we do have executive session. Based on how things go with the next briefing that we have, we should be able to accomplish executive session in here prior to city council. It's estimated will be like maybe 10 minutes in executive session, so we can keep that in mind as we move along through what we're doing. We can take care of that in here without having to delay city council afterwards. Okay, thank you. We'll be moving on to briefing and presentation for the US Highway 67 landscape design briefing, prepared by Pacheco and Koch.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, with me tonight is Dorothy Whitmire and Nick Nelson from Pacheco Coke. We've been working with them, goodness, almost easily 2 years on the landscape design for the US 67 corridor. We've got all the design. I'm sure you probably, from previous conversations, we did receive all the money. So now we're in the final stage working with TxDOT, but we're back with you tonight to get your input for the landscape icons that we want on the corridor. We've had several iterations with this, and Dorothy will talk about it tonight with some concepts. We got some initial feedback. We sort of tabled this while the logo discussion was coming on, and now that the logo was resolved, we're coming back to you for your final input. Subject to your input tonight, then we'll bring it back to council for vote at our next briefing session. With that, I'll turn it over to Dorothy so she can show you what we've got designed.
Excellent. Thank you, Greg. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. We're very excited to be here. We're very excited to be at this point in this project's process. As Greg mentioned, 2 years. We've really enjoyed working with your staff, and so just again, thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us. As Greg mentioned, we're here to talk about the landscape icon portion of this project. The slides that are on the screen are also in front of you in that packet. Help move through and look at some of them for clarity and color and things like that. And so what I would like to do is just kind of briefly recap where we started with this project, kind of where we are now, and how we foresee it going forward and getting it in the ground for you all. So in 2017, we began developing the guidelines for the US 67 corridor as it runs through Duncanville and Cedar Hill.
Would everyone be agreeable to her not running through these line items? Just, here we are today. Is that okay? Okay. All right. Just trying to save some time.
So the guidelines were done in combination with Duncanville and Cedar Hill for some strategic reasons. One advantage was for TxDOT grants. It's looked upon favorably for both cities to apply together. They enjoy seeing cities working together. It allows them the potential to combine projects. It makes grant funds go further for both them and y'all. And then the collaboration just reflects well on all parties. Another benefit to combining the design guidelines was it helps provide cohesion and clarity of the design for the user and the cities. It increases the scale of the design, and then also it does allow the designer to provide distinct opportunities to identify each city within that design as well. So the first stage, those design guidelines, is kind of represented in the image to the right. So through those guidelines, 4 areas for emphasis were identified. You have the northern gateway, the southern gateway, and then 2 additional intersections for emphasis are shown in orange. The northern and the southern gateways were to get enhanced planting as well as the icons for identification. The orange are to just receive enhanced plantings through fundings at a later date. So we're not discussing those tonight. In 2017, a grant was awarded for wintergreen to both Cedar Hill and Duncanville. In 2018, PK began working on the construction set for wintergreen and Cockerel Hill and submitted that for a grant. In the background, at the same time, we were working with you all to develop the landscape icon concepts. We presented concepts to city staff. We received guidelines from council at that time. We also presented the concepts to the Keep Duncanville Beautiful board and received input from them as well. And we took all that feedback and adjusted the concepts, but we also set it on hold to wait for that final logo design, which happened earlier this year. And so with that, we were able to complete the feedback that we have and touch up those icon concepts and bring them to you this evening. So at this point in 2019, we applied for the FY 2020 grant. Duncanville was awarded $1 million for the intersection at Cockerel Hill, so congratulations. Last month, we submitted the 60% plans with Cedar Hill for Wintergreen and Cockerel Hill. And that kind of brings us to tonight to discuss the icons with you guys, make that decision. And then on 11/19, we have the city council resolution on the landscape icon, which we would like to then get in the 95% plans we're submitting on 11/25. The final package will go in 12/21, And then you can see at the bottom those dates in gray. So after that final submittal, that's when we hand it off to TxDOT. Those last dates are tentative. We're kind of at the mercy of TxDOT at that point in their scheduling. And so we foresee the construction on the roadway finishing up in June based off of their dates they've given to us. That's when the green ribbon portion could also kick off. And then construction, we're anticipating to take 6 months, which would have the project complete December 2020. So if you'd like to get into the icons now and kind of their location within those southern and northern gateways on the next page. So here we are at Cockrell Hill. This is your northern gateway that was identified. This is what was funded with the FY 2020 grant for $1 million. You can see on this plan there is a dense level of planting that's kind of stretched out on either side of Cockrell Hill as it crosses US 67. It's consisting of native, near native plant material that will thrive in this area. You have a good mixture of evergreen, seasonal color, blooming plants to help highlight and notify drivers that they've entered the city limits. And then to help identify that it's Duncanville, this is also the location of your landscape icon, what we're calling location number 1.
There's no irrigation in there, is there?
There will be.
There will be.
Yes.
So just one thing, just to piggyback off of this. So the $1 million grant that we talked about for Cockrell Hill and then the 486 that we share with Cedar Hill at Wintergreen. TxDOT pays for the plantings and they pay for the irrigation. So the landscape icons themselves, that's the part that the city has to fund. And we did set money aside for that. But just to be very clear that the hardscape, which is the icons, is paid for out of our out of city funds, and the grant is just for the plantings and the irrigation.
From the general fund?
It's in the one-time projects fund.
Okay.
So yes, general fund.
So phasing of the funding for the irrigation goes, based on all the work that's being done on 67 right now, when does, I'm not so concerned about the monument itself, but the irrigation and the plumbing and the water supply, how does that come into phasing?
So they won't start on the green ribbon until after the current roadway construction is complete. And then after that, as far as the phasing, I mean, the irrigation is what will be put in first in conjunction with the icon, as long as it gets approved in the plans.
So does the new roadway need to be dug up then after it's in, or to put in the irrigation?
No. No.
Okay, that's my concern.
You're concerned about TxDOT? About TxDOT?
Well, I mean, it's just thinking, if you put in a new road, and then you're gonna dig up a new road and put in water pipe to irrigate this,
Doesn't make sense.
doesn't make sense. That's why I'm asking the question, think a way to do it without digging up.
But since they're paying for it.
This is more inconvenient to all of our citizens driving that road, if you're gonna put the construction in after Chubb Road.
Surely they would sleeve it so they could share.
Okay.
But that'd be the normal thing.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Okay, so I guess just to help orient you a little bit, you can see the location 1. If you move just plan north of that corner right there is kind of where the Jack in the Box is. If you move across the Cockrell Hill, that's where that QT gas station is, just to give you an idea on the plan. And then location 2 for landscape icon is at that southern gateway wintergreen. This is going to be the same dense planting, same plant palette. This section was awarded in the 2017 FY 2018 grant in conjunction with the city of Cedar Hill. Originally, this area was a little closer to the bridge at Wintergreen, but to give drivers a longer viewing time of the landscape icon, it was pushed further north at the location that you're seeing now. Across the highway is where Cedar Hill's monument will be. It's facing drivers as they come southbound on US 67 into Cedar Hill, whereas Duncanville's will face drivers as they're going northbound into Duncanville. And the great thing about combining both the signs at this location is you get the huge impact of the planting and just the bigger scale. Note on this page that the circles in the plan view are trees that are happening behind the signs. That's doing a dual purpose there. One, it'll help pop the signs out, but then also it'll help focus drivers' attentions as they're heading into the different cities. So as you're going into Duncanville, it'll draw your focus to the Duncanville sign, and the Cedar Hill sign will be covered up by those trees from the backside, so you shouldn't even see it coming through.
Is that a lit sign? Is that electrical for be lit up at night?
That is, yes, it's in the design plans. Okay, so with that, we'll move into the different concept options. And this might be where you want to look at the packets in front of you versus the screen for a better representation of color. So this is concept A1. This is more of a reflection of the design guidelines. It's evolved a lot based off of y'all's feedback. And this concept plays off of the other materials used on the US 67 corridor. The two major portions of the sign are made up of a stone veneer, providing some depth and texture, as well as smooth colored concrete that speaks to the idea of soil strata, which again is complementary to the US 67 design. With feedback from y'all, all the signs you'll notice have that really large 2-foot tall City of Duncanville lettering on them. You can see in the images on the left what's suggested to be used for that material is kind of acrylic reverse channel letters, speaking to the question about the lighting. And then that image on the bottom, that's kind of how a combination of that lettering and uplighting would be used to illuminate the sign at night. You have the updated city logo represented on this in 2 tones of gray metal, highlighting the red and the blue through the different colors of metal. And then you also have the D and the yellow star really standing out, again coming in that acrylic reverse channel letters. And then to show you what this looks like within the context of the corridor, this is A1 at Cockerell Hill. So again, behind it to the right, that's roughly where that Jack in the Box would be, and then behind it to the left is where you would have that QT for kind of a perspective. And then the next slide shows A1 at the Wintergreen Gateway.
And you mentioned Cedar Hill was on the other side. Is the logo the same? Was it similar of Cedar Hills?
Cedar Hill's city logo?
Uh-huh.
No,
No, not the logo, I mean the material on the wall, the whole setup.
No, theirs is different.
Okay.
It's- Yeah, theirs is totally different.
So I have a question. TxDOT is providing us this gift of putting all of this in. Do we have a sense, or is it still early yet, as to what the impact is going to be annually to maintain?
I don't know if we've come up with the cost on the annual maintenance of it. But it would be something we would just absorb or budget for, obviously. The idea of the plantings, though, are to be low maintenance plantings. Pardon? Oh, that's right. Right now, the EDC is paying for beautification anyway throughout the city.
I think so too.
Hello.
Sounds like she's off.
TxDOT will maintain it for the first year as part of the specification
Oh, okay.
as well, so.
Take that, Bill?
Well, the company that it's.
Yeah, to ensure then that it establishes.
But it's kind of confusing because you have, it's gonna be a different size. Or these are just examples that we're to choose from?
Yes, those are just different concepts.
Okay.
rolling through those.
You know, go on to the next.
Yeah.
It's not like they're already moving.
So A2 is very similar to A1, it just offers a different stone veneer color, more of a gray. You've got the city logo again represented by the two different colors of metal. The D and the star and the Duncanville lettering are again that acrylic reverse channel, and then you've got the uplighting supporting for illumination at night. And then we have an image for you to see it at Cockrell Hill. And then there it is again at Winter Green as well.
Oh, okay.
So you got the tan versus the gray.
Skip that a few
And the icons would be the same size, same color palette at both locations. It's just which of the four concepts you would choose.
What would be on the back side of this?
On the back side, I mean, so like on that one, you would see the red and the blue, but it wouldn't have like the Duncanville or the D or anything like that. On the plans, you've got trees for the most part on the back side of the sign, so it's not something that would.
So it'd just be the big state of Texas looking to the back side of the red and blue.
Correct.
We probably don't want people looking behind them to see the back of the sign. Probably not a good idea. Kind of reminds me of that tailgating commercial, you know, State Farm.
Mayhem. Thank you, Patrick.
You're a visual person, aren't you, Patrick?
In some cases, but not on the freeway.
So what's on the screen now is Concept B. Concept B is all about y'all's new city logo. Again, you have the name below in that 2-foot lettering, but the logo in the red and the blue is what's taking precedence on this one. Looking to the images on the left, you can see how the red and blue would be a powder-coated metal. That last image is showing how that top piece would sort of sit or float on top of a smooth concrete base. We've suggested for this concept metal letters with a backlighting, and then again in that bottom image some uplighting to help highlight the whole piece.
I'm just curious, would we not want the City of Champions Dinner somewhere, or is that too much? Is that too much?
Less is better on signs.
You're doing 65, 70 miles an hour anyway.
I don't want to slow down. Okay.
Yeah. What's the durability of these letters? Are they gonna wear out in 10, 15 years? We're gonna have to replace them or what?
That's a good question. I'll let
Thinking of the
Nick-
colors, with the others it's stone, but that's
Yeah.
wearable. But looking at this in terms of, you said it's powder coated metal.
Correct.
So
Powder coated
the
steel.
effect of UV rays and everything else.
Powder coat is your best bet to minimize that effect. There is some, but depending on the powder coating agency, you can get 10 to 15 years of that color. You also want to wash it, it will get dirty. Things like that will kind of dampen the color. So once a year, somebody goes out there and hoses it down, basically. Can be a maintenance opportunity.
Take the fire truck.
But that being said, that's considered minimal maintenance for these type of signs. The lighting, light bulbs go out.
Yeah.
There's that kind of maintenance associated with it as well.
But we would expect replacement of that in 10, 15 years.
I'd expect it to last longer than that. Again, it goes back to the specification. We'll make sure it's a tight spec and maximize that time frame. And at that point, if it does fade, you can paint versus replace. So there's different ways to address that versus a complete remove or reinstall.
Okay.
Is the logo in color on, like, the first stone one, the second stone one? I see it's in color here, or is it only in color on this one?
It's only in color on this one. On the first options, it's a two-tone steel to represent that color,
Okay.
a monotone.
That's what I was asking about color, because the
Well, I like
Color
this,
has some
yeah, I like the
variability.
stone. I don't think the logo, picking up the same colors though really pops very much. But I don't care for the one that's in color. It's kind of weird. It's more like Big Boys or something, with the big Texas in there.
They're very bold colors, sure, very strong colors.
That's our logo, though, isn't it? I mean, that is our logo.
It's kind of weird. Just sitting there on the tip.
Go to Brandon City and, brand your logo and go across the board.
But we can't do it in color on the others.
I mean, you could do it in color on the others, yes.
But it just kind of fades into the, I like the stone.
Yeah, so we thought you might ask.
You made a picture of it.
You're working on it too?
Yes.
So, the two-tone logos are also part of the approved logo family. So we do have the two-tone logos that we use in different instances.
And Nick, can I get one more over here?
Yeah, I can look at the mirrors.
Would anyone else like one?
Is there any greater difficulty? I know, thanks for thinking, we probably think of this. Is there any greater difficulty creating this monument because of the color in it than going with the metal?
No.
I'll go ahead, so just real quickly, we'll keep going through these and then we're almost. So there was concept B at Cockrell Hill, and then we showed again at Wintergreen, which you guys have in your packet. And then the last, concept C, this is a little node to the history of Duncanville. So this concept pulls materials from y'all's, Lion Park. You've got the large core 10 metal backdrop that allows a still pretty large but smaller round disc with the city's logo cut out in the center that's contrasting it. The 2-foot lettering, again suggested in that white acrylic reverse channel to really pop at night, and then you'll have some uplighting to help light the whole monument landscape icon in the evenings. And within context, here it is at Cockrell Hill. And then you've got Wintergreen as well.
Any thoughts? Preferences?
I do like this last thing, just passed out more modern and, I think it lasts a little bit longer.
I like the stone better on this one. I just don't know yet about what I think about the logo.
I mean, whether it to be in color or whether it to be in the monotone.
Yeah. It would certainly show up more in the daytime, but is it?
What would the uplighting be at nighttime, Nick, or what would it look like at night?
You have a variety of lighting options when we get to that point. The standard uplight would be basically a floodlight illuminating the entire surface. Correct. Then there would be opportunities for internal illumination with the lettering and with the logo. And that becomes a question of cost at that point, how much you want to invest in the lighting itself.
So with uplighting at night, you'll be able to see it just as well as we
Yeah.
can see it during the day. To answer your question, Ben.
And again, we budgeted $500,000 for both icons. We peeled some of it to pay for the design, but that's really what we asked them to present was what we could afford with the dollars that were previously budgeted.
Personally, I like the stuff very simple and bold and sticking out. The less is better on stage, you can see it, but probably not the most popular one, but I like the logo just sticking out there by itself because I think it's like pretty bold. You know, as long as it'll stand up, it looks like it, you know, I'm assuming it will stand up, but too many materials to me takes away from the message, I guess. That's just my comments.
We lose 3 feet in height on that particular one versus one with stone. We've got an 18-foot height with the stone, we've only got a 15-foot height with the standalone.
I'll just put it down,
You have a vote, you have to vote on this tonight?
No, we were hoping for a consensus that we could bring back something for you to vote on. Or if there was some tweaks or something that you wanted, then we'd just be getting to that.
So I'd just like to see it be different. I mean, like everybody's doing this kind of stone background thing. It's kind of the newest thing everybody's doing.
I'm trying to visualize one at the Grand Prairie. That's kind of like what I'm thinking is the same as what Grand Prairie does. That's a monster.
If they had lights behind us, it would. So fair probably if we had lights behind the one that's monotone, probably would pop more.
Yeah, I just don't like too many materials and stuff. I would just think myself, I just like, I think it's kind of nature. Yeah, these are just too many things going on. It's just too many. To me, it's too many things going on. Too many different materials.
Please, we got a lot of stuff going on here. Is there any, when you design these things, is it strictly construction or going back to Monty's comment about branding?
It's both. So we were given a budget, and so that's what's ruling the dimensions of the signs at this point, is to try and stay within that budget. But the importance of the sign is, I mean, it's separating you from adjacent communities. You're branding your community. You're saying, we're Duncanville. And whether you do that literally or you can abstract that or simplify it as the terms have been used. That's what we tried to do with these signs, to make them as favorable as we could, to make that good first impression for your community.
Do you have any studies done in terms of what attracts a person's eye more? Would it be a giant piece of stone as a monolith with the logo in it, or would this thing attract the person's eye better?
Well, I know in color that yellow is the #1 color, red's #2.
Yeah, they will attract people's eyes for different reasons.
That's not what.
Right, and so that's a decision you have to make. Do we want to attract because we're being loud with the color? Or do we want to attract because we have a classy monument that has timeless materials on it?
I want a classy monument with timeless material. Do you have to be so verbal? You want to be tacky or you want to be classy but timeless?
I wouldn't call it tacky. I'm just thinking, somebody driving down the road 65, 70 miles an hour, they're gonna see this, no question. They're gonna see a bunch of stone here, no question.
But it's a classy monument that they've built. Stone.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think they're both classy, otherwise we wouldn't have brought them both to you, but four choice of words on my part. One is much louder, as you said. It's an exclamation point versus a here we are.
Statement, more
Versus
subtle.
a statement.
Statement versus exclamation.
So just some perspective. So as you see the timeline as we were talking about it, you know, we need to get these to TxDOT. Now there's some things that we can manipulate in terms of just using A1, whether or not we want the color or the more subdued disc or things like that, but we still have to finish out the design, at least have to provide them with the structural designs. And so the bigger concepts of the signs is going to weigh in on that, what we submit to TxDOT as well. So some of the things like example, you know, you like the shape of A1, but you're not sure about some of the colors, but at least we can turn in A1 with that associated structure. If it's like B with the logo and just the foundation, then we can turn in that associated structure. Did I sort of say that right?
I do want to ask a question because you know, we have the one that looks solid, and this one, you know, granted it's on a sheet of paper, but it's like, how durable is that going to actually be? And it's like, you got Texas sitting up on top of the base.
Cut off the little end piece too.
So,
To answer that question, structurally it'd be very durable. There would be a large steel member coming up from that foundation that would branch behind the state of Texas, or within the state of Texas. And so, durability, we wouldn't have brought one that's not durable.
but yeah, I'm just comparing and contrasting the two. It's like, okay, that one's not going anywhere, this one has a chance to go somewhere.
Well, one aspect of this one is that behind it's going to be trees.
Correct.
Right?
Behind both of them.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
But trees, with all this, is going to be sitting in a grove of trees, basically.
As
After
a
time.
backdrop, yeah.
Yeah, the backdrop after time, this is going to be sitting in a grove of trees. And seeing that, I'd prefer to have a stone monument.
Oh, it's
Yeah, I think that's when you were talking about it there. Up there, was that when you were talking about?
Yeah, that to me is the detractor. The grove of trees behind it is the detractor from what it is. And then, in the summer, it's gonna look nice, and in the winter, it's gonna look like crud.
We picked evergreen.
Evergreen.
Picked
Oh, we have
evergreen.
evergreen. Oh, okay.
And to be fair, without those trees, you'd be looking at Costco.
Oh, I understand. I know, I'm just thinking of the effect of it sitting in with trees behind it. Yeah, no problem.
I don't mind people seeing Costco.
Do we have any consensus? I mean, I guess it's, the first question is stone versus, what do we call this? Stone versus no stone? Freestanding. Is there consensus of stone versus freestanding?
I
I like stone.
Yeah, I like stuff.
No, I know, but I'm not feeling that strong about it, so.
So we're good on stone?
Providing the city next to us doesn't have stone as well.
They will. All the cities are doing the same thing. All the cities are doing the same thing that you're fixing to do right now. Look around.
But it was Glen Heights had stone and.
They're all doing the same,
Of course,
they're
it's
doing the
built
same
in.
sign everywhere that you see, aren't you? I mean, you see them everywhere.
Do you have a copy of the Cedar Hill one? That maybe you can do.
I'd rather be funky and cool than classic stone like
Stone from Glen Heights one didn't stand up too long.
Well, they're everywhere. The stone signs are what everybody's doing. So
I don't mind that.
that's what you want.
Here's some, I mean,
This is the, that's what Cedar Hill is doing.
Oh, no.
Either one of ours did that.
Yeah, let's fix that.
I like it.
I-
Well, yeah, that's good.
okay, folks, it's 9 till. We're gonna move some way with this.
I like A1,
The A1 with the color, sir, or the A1 with the?
A1 with the color.
I go along
A1
with
with,
it. I
A1
go
without the
along,
color looks just like swingy with it.
I go along with A1 with colors.
Okay, I'm okay.
I want the stone.
Regular brown?
Do we have
Brown.
to choose gray or brown?
No, not now.
Brown.
You don't have to today, not tonight.
Yeah.
We were making progress. Let's see if we can make a little more.
Well, I'd stay brown.
I say brown if we're good, if we want to, I'd go brown.
Brown.
Brown. So you got 2.
So all brown versus the brown and gray, like on that one?
Oh, like that.
That's the one I
Like
like.
that.
Yeah, it's like
The other one has
that.
the
Oh.
gray.
The other one's all gray out
Raymond, know
here.
your product, know your product. One's gray, one's brown.
Like this one.
A2.
Show him
Choosing
gray.
A1 versus A2.
Yeah.
That was A2.
Versus, yeah, like this versus that.
All right, okay. Yeah, we got it.
All right, we'll bring this back to the next council meeting with for a vote, and then
Okay. We got enough direct. Okay, Mr. Huckman. We have like 7, 8 minutes. We can make it or not?
I think so.
Give it a shot. Okay. We're gonna recess this at 6:54. Going into executive session. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and calling to order the City Council meeting for the City of Duncanville, November 5th, 2019 at 7:06 p.m. Thank you for coming tonight. The first item on our agenda is the invocation, and that would be by Pastor Ron Carlson. Pastor Ron, good to see you.
Hi.
Please
Hi, good to
rise.
see all you fine folks. Yeah, you're better looking than I remember.
So are you.
Let's take a moment and pray. Father, it's both easy and hard to be people of faith these days. Lots of competition for our time, for our passions, for our money. We live in the lap of luxury, and yet just beyond the horizon we see some terrible poverty and some terrible problems, and we recognize that we're kind of in a mixed up world. And so that drives us to faith. When we see that things are a little bit unsettled, we know that you are the rock, the deliverer, the one that we can trust in all situations. And so we turn to you. And in so doing, I pray for our city, that's so capably led by these fine folks. Thank you for them who give of their time and of their money and of their lives to serve here. And I ask that you give them supernatural wisdom. Father, help them to be of one accord and one mind as they move this city forward in a way that's good for everybody, for every citizen. That in fact, as we say, no one will be left behind, but what we do will profit everyone. And Father, we want to be this inclusive city of opportunity that provides a chance, and sometimes second and third chances for folks. Thank you for the reputation that we've earned about being accepting and kind and welcoming. And may we do everything we can to propagate that reputation. Lord, thank you for the others who serve, for Captain Brown and the many good people who serve in our police force and our first responders, and for all the administrators who work in this city. It's a magnificent team that's been assembled here. I feel privileged to live in this fair and fine place. Lord, as they ponder decisions tonight, may they make wise decisions, and may the Spirit fill them with the knowledge and with the heart to do what is right and good and righteous. Lord, finally tonight I pray for peace in our city, that you'll protect us from harm. We recognize that there's evil among us. It's everywhere. But may we listen to Scripture, and as far as it depends upon us, may we be at peace with all people. And may we do the work of reconciliation, taking the first step to initiate shalom, and to practice it wherever we are and whoever we are and however we are, that this may be a peaceful place to live. God, we want to honor you in word and in deed, and tonight may that happen in your presence. I pray, we pray, and we all say together, and amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please join me in pledges to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Thank you. Please be seated. Next item on the agenda are reports, and Mayor's report is first. I just have one item I'd like to mention to you. We, the council and staff, have been receiving a large number of inputs concerning the initiation of the new contract with Republic Services for trash and bulk pickup. And as a result of that, we do understand and see that there's a pretty steep learning curve going along with that, and we are responding as quickly with Republic as we possibly can. Republic is involved with everything that we're doing, and we are going to make this a matter of rediscussion on our November 19th City Council meeting, so that we can examine the provisions that we have. We can take a better look at what's been going on and understanding some of the issues that our citizens are having and Republic is having with those terms and conditions. So I just wanted to put that out there for you to let you know that November 19th, it will be an agenda item on our city council to look at that. Okay, council member reports, Mr. Cooks.
Yeah, good evening all to the city of Duncanville. I just wanted to remind everyone that we are having
Our Lunch and Learn this month will not be a Lunch and Learn. We're going to have a Neighborhood District 4 meeting November 23rd from 9:30 to 11 at the Senior Center. We're encouraging all District 4 residents to come out and join us as we recap 2019 and as we look at perspective for 2020 around public safety, public works, communication, and economic development. I encourage all to come out. Then secondly, I want to also always encourage others to, if you've not shopped somewhere in Duncanville or exchanged your shopping habits from one city to the other and shop in Duncanville, I want to encourage you to do that as always, for sure. And then a special note, one business in our city and one church in the Metroplex, I just want to on behalf of District 4, let our Oak Cliff Bible Fellowship friends know who live in our city that we stand in prayer with Lois Evans as she goes through what she's going through, but we pray that the Lord will continue to have his hand over her. That's my report.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. On Thursday evening, November 21st, 2019, we have a very special guest coming to Duncanville. His name is Chuck Marone, and he's the author of Strong Towns, which is, he's just written a new book called A Bottom-Up Revolution to Rebuild American Prosperity. And this guy is leading the country in helping cities become more sustainable financially. Most of our cities, including ours, do not have enough money to pay for the infrastructure based on the way our real estate, the way our towns are developing. And he'll be here to share with us some insight on how cities do this in the future. He'll be at the Senior Center right here. It'll be sponsored by the cities of Cedar Hill, DeSoto, and Duncanville. So you're all welcome to come out. I hope you can be there that night, starting at 6:30. Thank you.
Okay. I want to add to mine just real quick, just to remind everybody, well, it's up on the marquee. December 6th is the Christmas parade and tree lighting. Hopefully the weather will cooperate and we'll be all set for that on December 6th. Oh, and we're taking applications for parade floats now, if you'd like to have a parade float in that. Another afterthought, I'm sorry, time me, we had an exhausting, exhilarating, exciting, good time with the contingent from Monasterolo di Civigliano, our sister city people. It was a great visit. Thank you to all in our city for supporting that and all the effort and expense and interest in that. So it was a great time. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item number 2, proclamations and presentations. The first one we have is a proclamation of the Keep Duncanville Beautiful November 2019. Oh, I've only been doing this a few months. Sorry. City Manager's report, Mr. Hugman, I apologize.
Thank you, Mayor. Normally I don't have anything, but I did tonight. A couple of things real quick. We will have a health fair for seniors on Friday, November 8th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Senior Activities Center. There will be wellness information and other services, including screening. So if you're interested, please come to that. Secondly, next week on November 14th, Thursday, November 14th at 6:30 p.m., we will have a town hall meeting, also at the Senior Activities Center. The topic will be fraud and identity theft. It will be given by our Duncanville Police Department, especially that is always a hot topic, and of course it seems to be becoming more and more of a prevalent issue, but especially as we get into the holiday season, we feel that this is a very timely topic to inform our citizens, so please come for that. And then lastly, I would like to have Chief Brown come up. He would like to recognize one of our Duncanville police officers, and so I'm going to let him handle this next one. Thank you, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to recognize the outstanding work of one of our officers. I'd like to walk you through the scenario and then show you a very brief video of the incident. And then lastly, I'd like to present a life-saving award to one of our officers. On September the 5th of this year, about 9 a.m., Duncanville police officers were dispatched to Highway 67 and Wheatland Road. This location is actually in the city of Dallas. The Dallas Police Department requested our assistance. They wanted us to respond and actually block traffic for them because there was a report of a man who was standing on the outside railing threatening to jump off the overpass. One of our officers arrived, Officer Michelle Ayres, and this individual actually saw her and indicated that she reminded him of his mother. And he requested to speak with her, and we'd like to show you the video of the incident.
Absolutely not. If you get off of there, I will get you off. I'll make sure you get something to eat first. I will talk to you for as long as you want, and then I'll take you to try to get some help for you. But it's not jail. I promise you that. I can promise you that. Can you get off of there? I'll give you my hand so you can get off of there. There you go. You want me to help you? No? Okay. Well, then you get off of there. You come talk to me. Come on. Thank you. Huh?
You know I don't want to do this. Get off.
You want to. You're talking to me. Think of it. Think of it. You said your mom is up in heaven now, right? She's watching you. So guess who she sent you? Someone that looks like her. Why? Because she doesn't want you to do it. So don't do your mom like that.
Why is she leaving?
She had to go to heaven. We all have to die one day.
It wasn't her time.
Hmm?
It wasn't her time.
It wasn't her time? I understand, man. How long ago was it that she passed?
It's a year.
A year? That's too recent. And I'm sure that has a lot to do with how you're feeling. And we can talk about her. Talking about people is how you keep their memories alive. Okay? Don't do this. Please. Thank you. Thank you. I got you, buddy. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna be fine. Can I put my hand on you? You're fine. Absolutely not. If you get off of there, I will get you off. I'll make sure you get something to eat first. I will talk to you for as
Michelle is one of our trained negotiators. And negotiators are very skilled. They possess the skill sets to build rapport. And she was able to talk this individual down from this bridge. And there's no doubt in my mind that had she not been there that day, this individual would have jumped to his death. And so I could not be more proud of Michelle. And I wanted to recognize her in front of this governing body. And Michelle, would you come up, please? Michelle, it is with great honor that I present to you this evening a life-saving award. Thank you very much.
I don't really
really have much to say, but, I mean, this award is for God. To him is all the glory, always.
Amen.
So I'll hold it for him.
Can we get y'all up that way?
Please be seated.
I'd like for Michelle to introduce her family.
And everyone, this is my wonderful husband, Ruben Arias, my sweet mother, the lady who's made me who I am today, my Christopher, Jalissa, and Aubrey, all my children.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Chief. Officer Arias. Okay. Item number 2, proclamations and presentations. Item 2A, presentation of the Keep Duncanville Beautiful November 2019 Business Beautification Award plaque and proclamation to the Hampton Inn and Suites located at 202 East Interstate Highway 20. Councilmember Jameson will make that presentation.
Hey, I saw Alice tonight. Didn't you go and vote? Yes, we voted together. All right. And she will be accepting this for the Hampton Inn. Whereas the city of Duncanville is committed to improving the physical quality of community life, and whereas the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board was established to promote this commitment, and whereas the mission of the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is to empower Duncanville citizens and businesses to take responsibility for enhancing their community environment, and whereas each quarter, Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board recognizes one commercial property within the city for significant improvements to the exterior portion of the property, landscape improvements, and/or long-term maintenance of the property that exemplifies high-quality standards, and whereas the Hampton Inn and Suites located at 202 East Interstate Highway 20 has been selected as the Business Beautification Award recipient for November 2019. Now, therefore, I, Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, Texas, do hereby urge all residents to join me in congratulating the Hampton Inn and Suites located at 202 East Highway 20 and commending this business for contributing to the beautification of our city.
Quick picture. She wants to hold that.
Thank you. Item 2B, proclamation designating November 2nd, 2019 as Arbor Day in Duncanville. Presenting, this will be Councilmember Joe Veracruz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Accepted tonight will be our Park Superintendent, Mr. Timothy Hamilton. And this is special to me because I got to serve with Mr. Hamilton on the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board for 5 years, and he does great work. Whereas in 1872, John Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of precious topsoil by wind and water, provide food for human consumption, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our home, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products, and whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of youth and spiritual renewal. And whereas the city of Duncanville has earned the rank of Tree City USA by the Arbor Day Foundation for 17 consecutive years. Now, therefore, our Mayor Barry Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, Texas, does hereby proclaim November 2nd, 2019 as Arbor Day in the City of Duncanville. And I urge all citizens to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. I further urge all citizens to plant trees and gladden the heart and promote well-being of this and future generations. Congratulations, sir.
Next on the agenda is a proclamation for Municipal Court Week. Accepting is going to be Mr. Richard Summerlin and our court staff. Would you like to introduce your court staff?
Actually, I'd like to allow them to introduce themselves and tell their position.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Daisy Guillen, and I've been with the court for 3 years.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Fabric, and I've been with the court for 2 years. And I'm a court clerk and a juvenile case manager.
Vicky De Los Santos, going on 11 years at the end of this month, and I'm the court administrator.
I'm Marshall Frey Johnson. I'm relatively new to the city and family. I am the city marshal for the city of Duncanville.
Thanks to you all. The proclamation. Whereas municipal courts play a significant role in preserving public safety and promoting quality of life in Texas. And whereas more people come in contact with municipal courts than all other Texas courts combined, and public impression of the Texas judicial system is largely dependent upon the public's experience in municipal court. And whereas the city of Duncanville hosts the Duncanville Municipal Court, and whereas state law authorizes a municipality to either appoint or elect a municipal judge for a term of office, the Duncanville Municipal Court is a state court and its judges are members of the state judiciary. And whereas the procedures for the Duncanville Municipal Court operations are set forth in the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure and other laws of the state of Texas. And whereas the city of Duncanville is committed to the notion that our legal system is based on the principle that an independent, fair, and competent judiciary will interpret and apply the laws that govern us, and that judges and court personnel should comply with the law and act in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. And whereas Duncanville municipal judges are not policymakers for the city of Duncanville, but are bound by the law and the canons of judicial conduct and are required to make decisions independent of the governing body of the city council, city officials, and employees. And whereas the city council recognizes that the Constitution and laws of the state of Texas contain procedural safeguards in criminal cases for all defendants, including indigent defendants, and supports the Duncanville Municipal Court in complying with such legal requirements. Now therefore, I, Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, do hereby proclaim November 4th through the 8th, 2019
and it's Municipal Court Week. Mr. Summerlin.
Thank you. I just want to say how much I appreciate the work of the employees and all that they do, because without them, we would not have the ability to have due process for all the citations and all the warrants that run through our city. And so I very much appreciate them. They do a fabulous job of not only enforcing the law, but making sure that that due process is complete and protecting everyone's civil liberties. So thank you.
Marshall Johnson always has to wear his hat. Item 3 on our agenda is citizens' input. I have a number of cards here for individuals wishing to speak and address the City Council tonight. And based on the number that I have, we do have the opportunity and flexibility to move this around. So what I'm going to do is those individuals who have submitted cards that want to speak on item 5, which is the bike lanes, to put it succinctly, we're going to defer your speaking until we get to that item on the agenda. And at that particular time, you'll have the opportunity to speak. You'll still be limited to 2 minutes, but we'll also be able to have some, we can't deliberate, but we can, as a council, have an opportunity to ask you as some citizens with questions based on your inputs. So I'm going to read what is normally done for our citizen comments. Pursuant to section 551.007 of the Texas Government Code, any member of the public has the opportunity to address the City Council concerning any matter of public business or any posted agenda item. However, the act prohibits the City Council from deliberating any issues not on the public agenda, and such non-agenda items may be referred to city staff for research and any future action. All persons addressing are subject to council adopted rules and limitations permitted by law. So with that, all the individuals who have asked to speak concerning the bike lanes, that's all these cards. I have one card from an individual that is not on that topic, so I'll call that individual forward. That is Mr. Dario Cressetto. Please give us your name and address, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good evening, council member and mayor. My name is Dario Crosetto. I live in 900 Hideaway Place, DeSoto, Texas. 2 weeks ago, the Italian mayor from my hometown of Monasterolo di Savigliano, Giorgio Albellione, with the travel agency of his nephew and their associate, came here misrepresenting Italy and deceiving all of you. They stated it was an official delegation representing Italy, so they could make a vacation partly paid by taxpayer and donors, receive honors, and increase power and influence. But they do not follow the rules of transparency required by a public organization, and people of Monasterolo make death threats to me because I provide proof that they deceive the public. There is a report of the police, the tribunal in Italy, that you can find also in the flyer that I distribute is bit.ly 2MC2TA8. The new sister city committee in Monasterolo is not open. The meetings are in closed doors. The date of the meeting are not announced. The last meeting was in April 2018. Several former committee members from Monasterolo this summer 2019 stated that the committee does not exist anymore. However, correspondence between people of the city's administration refer to the committee as if it still exists. This proves intentionally deceiving the public. Because I am asking everyone to express what their conscience consider right or wrong, the behavior that they would like to take as an example to educate their children and future generation, they respond with hatred. These people know what is wrong, but do not want to take responsibility to fix it. Instead, they prefer mobbing, bullying, and death threat to me. These are not the value of democracy and civilization. Mutual respect, we want to teach our children and our generation. Please use facts, evidence to respect humanity, to counter facts and evidence, not force and suppression the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 4, our consent agenda. The following items to be read by our city secretary may be acted upon in one motion, and a city council member may request items be removed from the consent agenda for individual consideration. City Secretary, if you'd please read the items on the consent agenda.
Item 4A, consider the minutes for the October 15th City Council regular meeting. 4B, consider a resolution authorizing the purchase of pavement, crack, and joint sealing services from Kirkco, Inc. through the City of Grand Prairie Cooperative Contract Number 16133, Amendment Number 3, for the redetermined unit prices set forth in Amendment Number 2 with an estimated expenditure amount of $150,000. 4C, consider a resolution authorizing a one-year renewal of term contract number 19-001 traffic signal maintenance services with Siemens Mobility, Inc. with an estimated expenditure amount of $189,142. 4D, consider a resolution authorizing the purchase of traffic operations equipment, maintenance, and supplies from Consolidated Traffic Control, Inc. for the unit prices awarded through the Galveston Area Council of Governments Cooperative Contract Number PE-05-19 and the expenditure amount of $96,123 as set forth in the contract pricing worksheet. 4E, consider a resolution authorizing the purchase of traffic operations equipment, maintenance, and supplies from Paradigm Traffic Systems, Inc. through Byboard Contract Number 524-17, Renewal Number 3, with unit prices as set forth in the quote sheet, with an estimated expenditure amount of $261,947. 4F, consider a resolution authorizing the purchase of a trailer-mounted valve exerciser and hydro excavator from EH Walks through Byboard Contract Number 515-16, Renewal Number 3 for the unit prices bids and the expenditure amount of $64,024.37. 4G, consider a resolution authorizing award of bid number 19-051, water utility improvements in the Irwin Kiesler addition along Jellison Boulevard, Bow Creek Drive north of I-20, Bow Creek Drive south of I-20, Bow Creek Court, Ida Vista Court, Dula Circle, to Osh Hill Construction LLC through the city's competitive bid process with an estimated expenditure amount of $799,723. 4H, consider a resolution authorizing award of bid number 19-068 drainage erosion and paving improvements along Ferguson Lane to Excel 4 Construction LLC through the city's competitive bid process with an estimated expenditure amount of $421,554.50. 4I, consider a resolution authorizing purchase number 17-40 for athletic supplies and equipment from BSN Sports LLC through Byboard Contract number 583-19 in the estimated amount of $75,000.
Thank you, Mr. McBurnett.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve, and we have a second. Please vote. Thank you. Item 5, items for individual consideration. Consider a resolution approving the Daniel Dale Road Corridor Study, recommendations to convert Daniel Dale to 4 vehicular lanes with supporting bike and pedestrian facilities. We are fully aware that there are several people that wish to speak about this. We as councils have received voicemails, emails, and conversations about this. So based on that, in order to give this an open discussion matter, here are the rules that we're going to follow. The consultant will give us the presentation first from Dunaway & Associates. The consultant will be accompanied by any member of staff that is necessary from the city of Duncanville. Once that is finished, then the council is going to be able to ask questions of staff and or the consultant. Once those questions are answered, we will then take the citizen inputs. And during the citizen inputs, those inputs are going to be limited to 2 minutes. But because of the importance of this matter, if there are any questions that the city council may have of the individual addressing the council, we can ask questions, but we will not deliberate. Please understand that. Once the citizen inputs are received, then council will now engage in discussion of the matter from the dais. And once the discussion from the dais is completed by council, then the motion will be made and we will move forward on the item itself. Is everyone clear on that? Okay, so with that, we'll open up the presentation. Mr. Ramey.
Yes, sir. Just real quick before I turn it over to Dunaway, again, I just wanted to make sure I introduced our Dunaway consultants tonight. Up here to brief will be Caleb Milligan, and then also with him is Don Cesny. And again, tonight is to present the findings again to the group based on our previous presentation to y'all in work group. With that, I'll turn it over to Caleb.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Greg, for the introduction. I'm delighted to be here tonight again to be back in front of you all to present on the Daniel Dell Road Corridor Study for Bike Facilities. As we get started, I'd like to provide a brief project background of how we've gotten to this point. The Daniel Dell Road Reconstruction Design Project for the limits of US 67 to Main Street was contracted with Dunaway. During City Council's discussion of the council agenda item for the design contract, council inquired if bike facilities would be part of the roadway improvements. As part of that, a supplemental corridor study was initiated for the Daniel Dell Road corridor for the city limits from the South Clark Road to eastern city limit, which is about 3.5 miles of roadway length. And we presented to you all the initial study findings during a council work session on September 24th. And since then, we've gone back and finalized our study, and we are presenting our final recommendations here in tonight with a council resolution for the selection of that for your consideration. With that, I'd like to go ahead and provide our recommendation that will be found in the study. The recommendation is to convert Daniel Dell Road to a 4-lane divided roadway arterial with a shared hike and bike trail on the Northern Parkway. A few items that this helps meet is that it is very sensitive to the comprehensive plan that was developed 2 years ago and the guiding principles that were incorporated as part of the comprehensive plan. It supports the citizens' desire to be bicycle friendly. It is also accommodating a multimodal facility to neighboring communities and be able to provide connections. It complies with the NetCog Velo Web that has been adopted. And also it would provide a 10-foot or greater trail that provides opportunity for potential grant funding in the future. This alternative that was selected and is recommended as the highest level of safety for all users. We have the highest cyclist comfortability with the lowest stress level. It also fits within the existing right-of-way, so no additional right-of-way acquisition requirements would be needed. It maintains a satisfactory level of service throughout the corridor. And it is the lowest cost alternative that was evaluated besides a no-build option. To give you a overview of the study that was performed, the purpose of the study was to evaluate the feasibility of implementing a bicycle facility along the corridor, and then select the appropriate treatment through a thorough engineering analysis. The process that we went through was, first we collected data, primarily traffic counts throughout the corridor and at all the intersections, as well as site observations. We then also reviewed the adopted city documents, such as the comprehensive plan, the bike plan, and the master park plan. Heavy consideration was given to the comprehensive plan and the guiding principles that were found in that document. We did an existing conditions assessment, and through engineering analysis, we validated a potential road diet alternative, wherein a traffic operational analysis for the corridor and the signalized intersections was performed. Throughout our evaluation, we had heavy consideration on bikes facility guidance that is documented in nationwide studies. And we also wanted to be able to support the citizens' desire to have a greater impact of the population to provide a bicycle facility. We evaluated 7 alternatives, and we did a holistic comparison to generate our recommendations. To give you some more information, with the findings in the comprehensive plan that was adopted in 2017, our general findings were that a 96th percentile of the summary that was performed, or survey that was performed as part of the comprehensive plan, identified as safe and easy to walk as very important to the citizens. And there was a strong desire to be bicycle friendly. They also had the need to provide safe multimodal transportation options and be able to incorporate beautification areas and public access. The comprehensive plan also wanted to support connecting the opportunity areas that were identified to neighborhoods and other uses. With regards to the Daniel Dale Road corridor, looking at the transportation alternatives and evaluation, it was found that Daniel Dale Road is adjacent to 3 opportunity areas as identified in the comprehensive plan. It connects to the Main Street district, and it was identified that pedestrian improvements and connectivity would be recommended. Of those, the applicable treatments consisted of sidewalks, pedestrian amenities and landscaping, a shared use path, and buffered bike lane as options. The study, as I mentioned previously, starts at South Clark Road on the western city limit side and continues eastward through Santa Fe Trail, Main Street, US Highway 67, South Cockrell Hill Road, and ends at the eastern city limit with DeSoto. The area highlighted in yellow identifies the project that is under design for the reconstruction for the roadway and utilities from Main Street to US 67. The existing conditions assessment, this graphic shows what is currently, how Daniel Dale Road currently exists. It is a 6-lane arterial roadway. It has 10-foot parkways on either side with a 14-foot raised median throughout the middle. There are multiple turn bays that are continuous throughout the corridor, and it fits within a 100-foot right-of-way. There are 9 signalized intersections. 6 of those are major thoroughfare intersections and 3 minor. There are 4 bridge crossings existing that are vehicular only. They do not allow pedestrian crossing. One is at US 67, which is a textile-owned facility, and the other 3 are at Natural Creek crossings. There are intermittent sidewalks that exist today, but they are typically 4 to 5 foot width, and they vary in location on each side of the roadway, and they are non-continuous throughout. Also in the top right of the screen, we just show the capacity based off of a target level of service for a 6-lane facility to be greater than 44,000 vehicles per day, and the current traffic peak that is observed along Daniel Dale is just over 19,000 vehicles per day. some pictures that show some of the existing conditions along Daniel Dell Road. And one of the things that I wanted to mention here is that during a site observations that we made, what we noticed is that traffic is generally free flow throughout the day and has very low usage, primarily for the day. There's also the peak hours in the morning and afternoon where there are some queuing at some of the intersections, but that's not very significant, and that most of all the queuing at each of the intersections makes it through the green phase. So as part of our study, we performed a traffic operational analysis, and not only did we consider the corridor, but we identified those 9 major intersections throughout that are signalized today, along with a 10th intersection that is non-signalized, and we did a thorough engineering analysis of the traffic operations. I first want to give you a summary of the level of service capacities based off a street classification and the number of lanes. And our target level of service is generally for an urban area is a level of service C and D, where C may be cost prohibitive in some scenarios. What we'll see here is that for, I'm going to go down and skip to the 4 and 6 lane sections, but what we'll see here is that for a 4-lane signalized urban arterial, a level of service C, which would be our target capacity for vehicles per day, is 29,700 vehicles per day. And for a 6-lane signalized urban arterial, for a target level of service C, the capacity is 44,900 vehicles on average per day. Again, the target level of service primarily for a urban area is to have a level of service C for the peak hour conditions. That's the most practical and economical condition that it would be try to be attained. This data was sourced from a study that's performed by the Federal Highway Administration, which does a highway capacity calculation method for highway performance monitoring system. The next slide here shows the current traffic volumes along Daniel Dell Road in a table where we show the segments along Daniel Dell Road, the current average daily trips that are made throughout the corridor, and a forecasted average daily traffic count. What we'll notice here is that the current traffic volumes all fall below 20,000 vehicles, and the forecasted ADT with the 28% growth is based off a 20-year horizon with a 1.25% per year growth. That is essentially coming from TxDOT projections and NetCog projections. And the other thing that I wanted to mention here was that in the comprehensive plan, the findings of that showed that 93% of the land in Duncanville is developed, wherein only 7% is vacant. And essentially what that helps support is that there's not a significant traffic increase anticipated over the next 20 years. In summary, what we'll notice is that both the current ADT and the forecasted growth of traffic all fall well below the 29,000 vehicles per day for a target level service of C. Not only did we analyze the corridor with the number of lanes and the capacity therein, but we also did a thorough intersection level service analysis for those 10 intersections. What we did is we analyzed 3 scenarios, the existing conditions as they stand today with the 6-lane configuration, and then we looked at a forecasted condition of a year 1 build with the 4-lane with optimizing the signal operations throughout the corridor. We also looked at the horizon 20-year condition of with that growth rate of 28%, wherein we re-optimized the signals throughout the corridor. And in conclusion, what we found was that there was no operational impacts anticipated with the removal of 1 lane per direction. There also was no need for dedicated right turn lanes at each of the intersections. And we also found that a potential traffic signal may be needed at the Green Tree Lane once we approach the horizon year. In summary, the corridor will operate with acceptable level of service C or better. The next slide here shows the summary of those intersections, and essentially green is good. What I'd like to identify here is that in the 2019 forecasted scenario, you will see that everything is C or better. And in the horizon 2039 horizon year, you will notice that everything remains at C or better. We did re-optimize the signal timing throughout the corridor, and then you will see the level of service D that may be anticipated at Green Tree Lane, and so that may warrant a traffic signal warrant to be performed to further analyze that scenario. Throughout this study, what we wanted to do was take heavy consideration into bike facilities that may be implemented throughout the corridor. And through that process, we wanted to be able to select the most suitable implementation of a bike facility based off the street classification. As previously mentioned, Daniel Road has an existing characteristic of a major arterial wherein it has a 40-mile-per-hour posted speed limit. However, there has been frequent unsafe speeding observed, and the peak number of vehicles per day on average is around 19,000 to 21,000 vehicles. As part of our considerations, we wanted to take away from Federal Highway Administration's Bikeway Selection Guide and other studies that were performed. And the chart on the right will show the relationship between a volume of vehicles per day that would be adjacent to a bicycle facility and their relationship with the vehicular speed. And what we'll see is that anything greater than 35 miles per hour constitutes or supports a separated bike lane or shared use path. What we'll also take away from the Federal Highway Administration's Bikeway Selection Guide is that the large majority of population desires a low stress tolerance, wherein that would be accommodating all users and all abilities with a bike facility. A very small percentage is somewhat confident in riding adjacent to vehicular traffic, and only the strong and fearless would be okay with being on the roadway with speeds of 35 or higher. Further in the analysis, we evaluated 7 different alternative sections, and again, we wanted to make sure that we were using the guiding principles throughout our evaluation, and those guiding principles were ensuring safety was provided for all users of the corridor and accommodating a bicycle user, but also increasing the pedestrian connectivity throughout the corridor in line with the comprehensive plan principles, and at the same time maintaining a satisfactory traffic mobility throughout the corridor. Again, we evaluated 7 alternatives: a zero build, which would be essentially keeping the street as is with a 6-lane, no bicycle facilities with limited sidewalk connectivity. We also identified an alternate 6-lane divided road with curb separated 12-foot shared use path. And then we looked at 5 4-lane divided roadway options with a variable bicycle facility being implemented, which consisted of a shared use lane, a dedicated on-street bike lane, a buffered bike lane, a dedicated off-street bike lane, and a curb-separated 12-foot shared use trail. On the screen now is a comparison of those alternatives and essentially a generalized scoring, 1 being a better alternative, the best alternative, 2 moderate, and 3 least. Out of these 7 alternatives that were evaluated, our alternative G, the 4-lane divided roadway within a 100-foot right-of-way width with a separated shared use trail, proved out to be the lowest cost alternative and the overall safest alternative based on this scoring metric. Here, that alternative G is shown again. The pros that this alternative supports is that it, again, is the lowest potential construction cost of the alternatives identified. It would incorporate a road diet of removing the outer lanes on both sides of the road, so less construction. It has the highest comfort level for bicyclists and pedestrians because it has a physically separated bike path from the roadway. It's the greatest safety for all users, including vehicular. And it has the high maneuverability of sidewalks to shift around existing franchise utilities that may exist in the parkways today. The only con that I've mentioned here is that under a heavy usage, which in most times would be a very, very infrequent condition, there may be potential for conflicts between pedestrians and cyclists sharing that 12-foot trail. But that would not be seen as detrimental. In the interim, what we could do to preserve connectivity of a bicycle facility throughout the corridor is we could take the existing 6-lane roadway and convert that to a 4-lane roadway by implementing buffered bike lanes on either side of the road, and we could have a low-cost vertical barrier delineator that would be constructed along the corridor, and that would be outside of the US 67 to Main Street area as defined as the design project. And we feel like this would be an efficient, cost-effective way to implement bike facilities throughout the corridor in the interim until the rest of the corridor is reconstructed. However, we wanted to make mention that while we are able to accommodate a bicycle facility throughout the corridor, the sidewalks would still exist with gaps, as there are some physical challenges throughout the corridor to be able to connect those. As we mentioned in the previous briefing, the vehicular lanes, or the vehicular bridges only have 3 12-foot lanes, and so they do not have room to accommodate a sidewalk or a pedestrian facility. So our overall recommendation, one more time, is to have a 4-lane divided roadway with a separated hike and bike trail on the northern parkway. Again, this meets the guiding principles that were identified as part of this study. It complies heavily and is very sensitive to the adopted city documents, including the comprehensive plan, master park plan, and bike plan. It would support the citizens' desire to be bicycle friendly. It accommodates a multimodal access along the corridor. We feel that it has the highest level of safety for all users, the highest cyclist comfortability. It fits within the existing right-of-way. It maintains a satisfactory or target level of service for the corridor, and it is the lowest cost alternative besides a no-build. With that, I'm opening it up for any questions that you may all have.
Okay, council, as we set the ground rules for this, is now an opportunity to question staff or the consultant with any questions you may have. Ms. Jameson.
Well, this was the first time we saw the money page. Could we go back and look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, road cost per linear foot.
How many linear feet are we talking about in terms of what's the multiplier for these dollar values?
Yeah.
Well, it's 3.5 miles of roadway, so
5,280 times 3.5.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Somebody can do that.
Yeah, it's going to be over 17 or 18,000 linear feet. I think, Greg, you had previously calculated that the alternative G would be about what was the?
1.4 million for alternative G versus alternative A, which would be the 6-lane, which was the default, which is 1.7 million for the payment.
And I think that was about
Okay,
18%.
say that again.
Yeah.
Slow down.
So the 4-lane alternative G at the $5.95 per linear foot equated to a $1.4 million.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So again, the $1.4 million at 595 would just be for the roughly half mile that is between Main Street and US 67 versus $1.7 million, which would be for that same segment, again, only for pricing purposes, the segment that we're actually going to rebuild. The balance of the project, if this resolution is approved, the first thing we would do is then start not converting to the 12-foot bike path with the buffers and all that. It would be to do the intermediate that he showed, where we would just take the lane that's there and repurpose the existing lane.
And that is, and looking at this, that's why I'm trying to figure it out. Why it's less to take the 2 lanes than it would be to leave the 6 lanes and shared use trail. That doesn't make sense, because they're there.
Well, currently, so I think part of the confusion is that what we're showing here is that alternative A, while we say it's a no-build option, what we mean by that is that we're not making any changes to the thoroughfare. So we're not changing the number of lanes, but we're also not addressing the bicycle or pedestrian implementation. So what that means is, for alternative A, we know that we need to rebuild or reconstruct Daniel Dale Road from Main Street to US 67, and we've estimated that cost to be around $700 per linear foot for those limits, versus the alternative G that we've put forth would be converting it to a 4-lane roadway with the shared use trail on the Northern Parkway at the $595 per linear foot. And so those were the numbers that we were essentially equating to the 1.4 million versus the 1.7 million, which is about an 18% difference.
Maybe I can help you. Maybe I don't understand your question.
Yeah, I don't understand how not doing anything with the 6 lanes is more expensive than taking it down to 4.
Because pavement is what we're saying in both these scenarios for this cost is a total rebuild.
Okay.
From ripping everything up and putting something back.
Okay.
Okay, so to recreate what we have out there today between Main Street and 67 would cost us $1.7 million.
Okay.
Okay, if instead of recreating what we have there today, which is 6 lanes of pavement, and we go back with 4 lanes of pavement and some sidewalks, that only costs $595 a foot, or in this case, $1.4 million.
Because you're saying you're going to rip it up either way.
Because we're ripping it up either way. So it's, what do we want to put back? Do we want to put back 6 lanes, or do we want to put back 4 lanes with bike and pedestrian facilities? And then again, based on the decision that we want to set for the cross-section that we're getting ready to rebuild, will then determine the treatments for the balance of the corridor, which would be that interim that was briefed.
And why would you have to rip it up if you were going to keep it 6 lane?
Because the pavement is no good. So again, the project as originally was to replace Daniel Dale between Main and 67 anyway, because the water lines are no good. And as a result of multiple water lane breaks along that segment, we're replacing the pavement anyway. We're replacing the underlying water, we're replacing the underlying wastewater in order to fix those problems. So that segment has got to be replaced. The question is, what do we want to do? Because how we treat the segment that we are replacing will determine, what we do with the balance of the corridor.
Okay.
So going back, just to put it in historical perspective, the historical fact is the citizens voted on a bond project to take care of some streets, and we took the one that they had said we got a real problem on Main and 67. or I'm sorry, Main to 67 on Daniel-Dale. Then in a discussion about that, it was a what if. And the what if is, well, what if we think about bike lanes while we're doing this work? And that's how we got us to where we are today, and put it in historical perspective. So there was never an intention at the outset to do bike lanes. So going with what Ms. Jameson is talking about, and going back to what you're saying, the 1.7 million is what was going to be done no matter what, without any bike lanes, because we had to do that for the infrastructure, the problems that we had in the first place.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. I don't see any other questions at the moment. I've got a, okay. Some lights just came on. All right, Mr. Cooks.
I do want to ask a question here about the, and this may be a parks question, is the local bike plan. Would you go back, and not sure who can share, about the local City of Duncanville proposed bike plan, and when was this bike plan established?
Well, we'll back up. So the bike plan was part of the park master plan, which was approved roughly 2 years ago as well. It was followed a little bit behind the comp plan. Let the park come up.
The original local bike plan was approved by the council on May 6, 2014. That was an effort to obtain a grant at the time for some trail work. We did not get the grant, but we did put the local bike plan into place at that time. It was reaffirmed and included in the park master plan in December of 2017. So the council actually has adopted it twice, once in 2014 and once in 2017.
So this is not new. So you're
It's not
saying
new.
14, 17.
Correct.
And when was the comprehensive plan? What
So-
year was the comprehensive plan?
December of 2017, when that was
17.
approved. Correct. But originally, it was adopted again by the council on May 6th of 2014.
But that bike plan, in essence, really has no bearing on what we're talking about. It's an overview for the entire city.
It
What
is.
we're looking at is one
an overview.
particular
It's an
section of the
overview
city.
plan, correct.
So if we wanted to bring this bike plan into play, then what we're getting off target. We're getting off target in terms of what we're debating here today.
No.
I would say, oh, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, that was one of the supporting documents that was referenced as part of this study. What the bike plan showed was along Daniel-Dale Road that bicycle facilities were supported.
Understood.
Yeah.
But this whole thing came into play as a what if based on what we're doing with Daniel-Dale from Main to 67. So it's, in my perspective, it's tangential to the real issue of what we're looking at. Yes, it gives us an overview of what the future could look like for the city, but in terms of looking at this particular issue we have at hand today, it's tangential to it and not, and I don't see it's germane.
So let me finish my comments then, and I'll just go very direct. Very direct is 2007, I moved, 2006, I moved in Duncanville. 2008, my new home in Duncanville was constructed and caught a fire. So the insurance says rebuild your house. Now I could have rebuilt my house the exact same way that the builder put it up. Or I could use a business model, take that same rebuild, and even with that upgraded, and use that same funding to make my house even better. I think we look at it the same thing. I think if we look at the street, we're still using we're not using any more funding. We're saying either put it back the exact same way you had it before, or use a business thought and say, how can I make this better? Based upon a 2014 study, a 2017 study, a study where the citizen has spoke many times saying this is a priority. Why go back and build the same thing the same way when you can improve it? So that was what I was asking about the bike plan, because it fits back into the overall plan of what the citizens in 2014, 2017, and even probably before then has made comments for it before.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Anderson.
So I want to make sure I'm looking at this bike plan right now, and I want to make sure that on Daniel Dale Road, this bike plan here, this one, the master bike plan.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to make sure on Daniel Dale Road, if I'm correct in seeing a bike lane down that road in the master plan. I'm looking at it, it's a stripe here, it shows it, and so.
The bike plan in the.
I just want to make sure that's, okay. It is showing on Daniel, okay. Then I want to ask you a couple other questions. I want to make sure I'm hearing this right. I think so, but a 6-lane road's got the capacity of 44,000 cars a day. 44,000.
Target level service of C.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, and then when we have 19 on this road.
Correct.
19.1. And you're saying that never will we ever get to 44,000 in any projections? I mean,
I would say that's highly unlikely.
Okay, highly unlikely, okay. Okay, and I want to just reiterate again that this is the cheapest and easiest fix also. In other words, no right-of-way. I want to make sure I heard that right. Don't have to take any right-of-way, nobody's property. Don't have to do that, and it's the cheapest. And then I want to make sure, again, I want to make sure that it is part of the comp plan that the citizens voted for here. It is part of that comp plan. And I think also in our council retreat, it was one of our top goals also, if I will. Then I want to ask one more question. If you have a wider street, wider lanes and wider street, does traffic typically go faster?
Yes.
Can you speak to any of that? Can you tell me anything about that? Because that street, we get complaints all the time about that street being a street that people go 60, 70 miles an hour down. And can you?
Yes, I would say that wider pavement and more number of lanes under low usage definitely supports higher vehicular speeds and on safe driving operations.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
A couple of questions. During the discussion, it goes back to what Mr. Anderson's just the topic he just addressed in terms of speed. During the comp plan, those individuals the consultants that prepared that for us proposed bike lanes not as an amenity to the city, but as a solution to speeding down Daniel Dale Road. Well, it later came out that if we do that, it would make people happy. But the first thing that they said was, let's do bike lanes so we slow people down. And there was some discussion about that. I personally disagreed with that. I look at Daniel Dale Road myself. I live very close to it. And there's always this discussion, okay, it's not used enough. So therefore, we need to constrict its lanes and use it for another purpose, which in this particular case is bike lanes. Why is it that we as a city cannot look at these roads as a benefit and an advantage to the quietness of our city, to the appearance of our city, rather than a 6-lane road that doesn't have a whole lot of traffic as being a detriment to our city?
Well, I would say, Mayor, that would be the decision of the council on the preferences of yourselves and the folks of the city. There is, that's really what we're bringing tonight is this is one method of repurposing it. And then there's always the other way, which you would say is keeping the cars. But that's not a really decision that we can talk to. We can present to you the reality and what the studies are showing. But in terms of the 4 lanes with sidewalks or 6 lanes and bike lanes or 6 lanes for the automobiles, that preference is up to the council and the votes to decide.
Okay, Mr. Hogman?
Mr. Ramey expressed.
Okay. Ms. Jameson?
Well, something else we need to bring into the equation is the new charter school. And that's not my district, but I get many phone calls about the issues on Daniel Dale and Cedar Hill Road. And I don't know, but I don't think they're at capacity. So we already have issues with the traffic and how it bottlenecks and turning off and trying to get in and out in the morning and then in the afternoon. And so I don't think it's safe. And I'll tell you something else. I was here when we took the lanes down on Main Street, and I don't think it did at all what we were told it was going to do. I would much have preferred, and I think there are a lot of people who would have preferred to have had more lanes than cutting it down to what we did. It was supposed to make everybody slow down and shop. And to me, it's just sort of caused a mess. I stay away from it like the plague.
If I could ask a
Mr.
question.
Hoagman?
Caleb, the traffic counts you took, was that during the school year? That was recent. Village Tech was already in operation. Yes. That's correct. So those traffic counts included Village Tech school traffic.
But
Is that correct?
it's just opened. It's not even been opened a year.
Well, it's been over. They're in their second school year, and this year they are fairly close to capacity. But the point, I think, as Caleb said too, the forecast is including additional traffic every year for the next 20 years. So these are the numbers. This is the technical data that's presented. The staff will be happy to answer technical questions, but these are policy issues that you're discussing, and those policy issues are very appropriate, but they are issues that should be discussed as a council, and those are the decisions that you would make. Yes, ma'am, but we are offering you the technical data. But to your question about Village Tech, it was included in the traffic counts, and there is an assumption built in for increased traffic volumes this year.
I realize that, Mr. Hoagman, and I thank you for your comments. However, the school, I'm getting phone calls, not these guys that are doing the study. And I did go out there and look, and I don't know how to fix it, but I just don't want to see it exacerbated or making the condition worse.
Well, we need to put this, I need to target our discussion about the street between Daniel Dale, between Main and 67. That's what's on our plate. Now, and interestingly, when Caleb opened the discussion, he said, we were talking about 3.5 miles, when in truth we're not. That, you were charged as per the contract to look at all of Daniel Dale. But I'm taking us back again to the item that we have on the table, and the item that we have on the table is not all of Daniel Dale. It is not bike lanes from 67 to Clark Road. The item that we have on the table is from 67 to Main Street, bike lanes, period. And we as a council, I believe, need to focus our attention on that particular aspect of what we have before us tonight. Mr. Cooks.
Okay, so take me back just for a second here to the hour of day when the traffic count was at a certain time of day. Can you take us back to that slide? Or do you have that slide? The time of day when it's...
Okay.
I don't know if I saw it on this one, but I know you had it before. So why are you going back?
So I guess what I'll say is that the traffic counts were taken in the 2-hour peak periods, so from 7 to 9 a.m. and
7 a.m.?
7 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the morning for a 2-hour period, and in the afternoon from 4 to 6 p.m.
And that's Monday through Friday?
Yes, we took those on a Thursday, I believe.
Okay, so 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. And
yes. And it's 4 to 6.
And 4 to 6.
And what that identified was the peak period, 1-hour peak period within those 2-hour limits.
So I have an opportunity to be a bike rider myself and riding up and down from 67 to Cockrell Hill in this current state. It was still a pretty rough ride, but at the same time, the ride itself was, in its current condition, riders are gonna ride regardless. But in its current condition, it is more dangerous now, would you say, with the current condition riding in 6 lanes than it would be with a dedicated bike lane?
Yes.
When I think about, our population is 39,000. Our population of our streets, we have 6 lanes, whether we have 6 lanes from 67 to Main. But there's also just a demonstration for us to look. If you look from 67 to on Cockrell Hill, 67 and Cockrell Hill in Duncanville, going right up to Armstrong, going up to the park, we have another 6 lanes. Our adjoining city, who's right next to us, whose population is higher than us, reduced their lanes by 4 lanes, but their population is higher than us. Do you know the traffic count? And I'm not sure if you even did a traffic count on that street or not. But their population is still higher than our city.
Right. No, we did not perform traffic counts beyond the city limit.
The only time is I think about, I don't think the bike lane is saying to everyone that everybody's going to get out and start riding their bike all at the same time. There's probably one time a year that's called Ride My Bike to Work, and I don't think I did that before, but I did ride it to church. So I guess to say to the point of, as we look at bike lanes, as we look at the future of our city, we cannot continue to stay in the same condition that we're in now without moving forward to our future. I've heard both sides. I've had citizens that call me and email me like everyone else. Some saying don't do it, others say do it. And so it's a little bit more weighted that I've heard yes than I heard no. And so I've asked them to look at this study as well, and so I'll just continue to hear everybody else out tonight. But I wanted to make those comments personally of being a bike rider myself and hopefully encouraging others to be healthy and ride bikes as well. That this is something we can look at. This is not taking any more money that we would take in having 6 lanes than having 4 lanes.
Mr. Anderson.
Right. And if I may, I wanted to clarify that we're not necessarily our recommended section is to have a 4-lane vehicular roadway with a separated shared use path. So we're not necessarily recommending as the optimum solution that bike lanes be implemented, but that was an alternative that was evaluated. I just wanted to clarify that we're not necessarily recommending as our final recommendation the bike lane implementation, but a separated 12-foot shared use path that would be adjacent to the roadway within the existing right-of-way.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
One of the other things, I got emails from some people at the school district, and they talked about lots of their kids want to ride bikes and walk to school and have to. A lot of their kids, that's the way they get around in this city. And they complained that there wasn't good facilities there. And if you look at Daniel Dale Road and Village Tech down there, I mean, I'd hate to, I mean, there's no way to hardly walk in and out of Village Tech today. Am I correct? I mean, there's no, if you're going to walk west on Daniel Dale Road from Village Tech, could you even do that without walking in the street? Could you even?
Walking west?
Walking east, I mean,
well,
walking east.
Excuse me. You would go across that bridge, which is
so you'd have to get in the street to walk. You couldn't. So if there was alternative ways of transportation, not just the car, but there was bicycle and walking, isn't it possible that we might even relieve some of the automobile traffic at Village Tech if we had good alternatives in the future for multimodal transit? I mean, is that?
I think hypothetically that's correct. I mean, I think it would also be subject to Village Tech as a charter school. It depends on where those kids live relative to the sidewalk. I mean, there are some children that do live in the area now. That is correct.
And don't we have opportunities also through this to connect to our other cities like Cedar Hill and DeSoto, who are also actively producing bike lanes and trails? Don't we? Isn't this just the beginning of maybe a regional connectivity?
So yes, again, if you go across Clark Road, you will tie into those kind of facilities just on the other side in Dallas. tied to Mountain Creek Parkway. And then as you go to the eastern city limit, DeSoto's end state for their part of Daniel Dale Road is a 4-lane with, that's similar to what was contemplated tonight.
Yeah. Well, one last thing. You know, it's just not about me anymore, you know, and what we're planning. You know, it's not about many of us anymore. I mean, we're planning and building a city for people in the future, not some of us anymore. And I think that we have to think that way tonight, and I think that you have presented us some options to go that way. Thank you.
Okay. I think we'll go to take our public comments at this point. And these are in no particular order, just as I have received them. The first is Dalton Lott. And please state your name and address for us, please.
Sure. Good evening. Dalton Lott. I live at 1700 Cedar Hill Road, Duncanville, Texas. I've been a proud resident since 1973. For the record, 1700 Cedar Hill Road is one block from that school, Village Tech, we've been talking about. And when you talk about traffic, it's there. And what we're talking about today will greatly affect the backlog. And I was just speaking with Grady Smithy, who lives a block down the street from me, and he said it already backs up down the street all the way to him already. And I think that most of you know that most of those kids are not neighborhood residents. I love the idea of public schools and riding a bike to school. I grew up doing that kind of stuff. I wish we had more of it, and I endorse it. Now I want to go on record that I'm for bikes and bike trails and enhanced parks. But I tell you, one of the really nice things about Duncanville, Texas, is Daniel Dale Road. You know why? Because we have a terrific freeway, a breezeway, or expressway across our city. And it's really nice when you get there and you can get across town and it's not a big problem. The other thing that's recently happened is the extension down there, Mountain Creek, has just gone to 4-lane, and they're building like crazy. Not only homes, not only apartments, but also construction, major construction things that are in our school district. And what we know is there going to be increased traffic coming back through that area, back across through Duncanville to get on our thoroughfares going north and south. So I like bike trails, I like bikes, but I don't want you to take away the lanes on Daniel Dale Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Harris? Or Jaime Harris, whichever it is. Dennis Jeter? Please state your name and address for us.
My name is Dennis Jeter. I live at 1106 South Clark Road. I've lived in Duncanville since 1971. Honorable Councilman, thank you. I feel like Mr. Anderson had said what I wanted to say, that I think Duncanville is, by the way, I have had a 10-speed bicycle. I ordered it from a hardware store in 1963. Bicycles shop didn't have 10 speeds in 1963. I've ridden from the Gulf Coast to the Canadian border on a bicycle. Now I'm in training to ride to the Atlantic Ocean, and I'm just 87 years old, and I got time to do it. And that's to say that I've never trained in Duncanville. There's no place for me to train to ride on the road. I ride between 150 miles, usually 150 miles a month, between my exercise bike and road bike. And Mr. Anderson has it right. We need to connect to our surrounding cities to make any bike path in Duncanville worthwhile. I love the idea of having the bike path. It's wonderful, but a one-way street doesn't help us that much, I don't think. I think the key is to get with the council of Cedar Hill and Midlothian, even Grand Prairie, of course, and go from that aspect. And I applaud the park board for having this study to give the opportunity, the citizens an opportunity for a safe bike path, and I'm all for that. God bless.
Grady Smithy.
Grady Smithy, 1806 Duncanville Road, Duncanville resident since 1950. If all the pictures are up there over there, I'd be in 22 of those pictures and been on the council. I know what you guys are up against. This is a tough issue. There's people strongly on both sides of it. I'm not opposed to bike lanes. I think much of you think I am, but I'm not. I'm opposed to bike lanes at this place. This is the most dangerous place in Duncanville that well, I don't know, Mark, it might be worse if you got on Carpenville Road. But this is probably the second most dangerous place in Duncanville that you can do what you're planning on doing here, or what you're talking about doing here, and I hope you're not planning on doing it. You know, if I had grandchildren over here, if they weren't in Pittsburgh instead of here, I sure as heck wouldn't let them ride on that street, even after you get it done, the way these guys are talking to you about doing it. But there's really much better suitable places. You already got one bike lane, and you just got something done in the south part of Lakeside Park, which could extend that bike lane. All you got to do is put a few parking spaces over there so people can come, they can park, then go all the way up to Johnette to the end of you're right up there by the park in Redbird Park. You know, and that, you know, why don't you build on something like that to start with, instead of doing the most dangerous thing you could come up with? This is the most dangerous thing you could come up with. I really don't understand that, I guess. And finally, I got to point out one other thing that bothers me. You know, I was chairman of the bond committee, and we made a recommendation to you that you replace this in its entirety, the way it was. The way it was. The people voted, you know, the 80-some-odd% of the people voted for that. The biggest bond issue in Duncanville history. People voted for that. They trusted what we went to do. We kept to them, and now you guys are talking about doing something different from what the people voted for. Now, frankly, I know you got the legal authority to do that, but I have a problem with that. I would have never done that in the 22 years I served on the Duncanville Council, and I'd ask you not to. And I hope if you have some questions for me later on, you can answer, and I'll still be here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Thompson.
Martha Thompson, 1611 Green Tree Lane, Duncanville. I love the concept of bringing bicyclists to Duncanville. I think it's the whole new thing, the whole new image to do. However, I'm really worried about Daniel-Dale. I'm on Daniel-Dale 5 or 6 times a day. It's a racetrack. Not only that, but if you are on it at sunup, or if you are on it at sundown, you are totally blinded. So I try to avoid it during those times. Has anyone considered using the power line right away for a bike trail that goes in behind Greenbrier, goes all the way down Mountain Creek? It's beautiful if you just don't look up at the lines. So my last question is, because I'm really concerned about right-hand turns, pulling into businesses. So if I'm coming down 67, coming south, I exit on Daniel-Dale, how am I going to get into Whataburger? That's just my question. I don't understand. How am I going to do that if the right-hand lane is a bike lane? Thank you.
A moment, please. No, I can do. Just as a comment to what Ms. Thompson said about the suggestion using the power line, the green area. The North Central Texas Council of Governments and the Regional Transportation Council of that body does have what they consider to be a prototype of a VeloWeb, which is fancy word for a bunch of bike trails connecting a bunch of cities throughout North Central Texas. And that green space underneath the power lines is identified as a potential place for a VeloWeb. So just to let you know that, yes, it has been considered. Okay?
Mayor, can I ask something? I mean, we're not going to cut off any businesses' entry points, are we? We're not, you're saying, okay, no businesses' entry points will be cut off, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Brian Kaser? Did I pronounce that correctly?
You did. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Name and
Brian
address.
Kaser, 100 South Main Street.
There you go.
Good to see everybody today. I can't really put a finer head on it than the presentation really did. I was going to get up here and speak about a couple of points: economic improvement and safety. More feet on the street makes for a safer environment. It improves economic situations in town if we can get more people here raising families with features like what we were just talking about. But but in the end, when we listen to this presentation, if you're with bike lanes, you're going with the cheapest option. If you're against bike lanes, then you decide on the cheapest option, and we're all in agreement. So all the going back and forth over what I've heard is over tax funds, and don't use my tax money for this. I've heard from other people around town. It's not really a consideration, so we're kind of arguing about nothing. So that's my piece. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you, I didn't quite get, are you for or against the bike lanes?
We're all in agreement on the cheapest option, even if you're for or against it. I am for it.
Okay.
I think it's a beautification project in the city, in a desperate area that needs it. It makes for a safer city, and it attracts more people to move to our town.
Okay.
Which is great for everybody.
Just wanted to make sure I understood your point.
All right, thank you.
Larry Pink. Larry Pink.
Larry Pink, 1018 Joe's Drive, Duncanville. I'm for anything that would bring buffered bike lanes as well as pedestrian walkways to the city of Duncanville. I've ridden bicycles in Duncanville for the last 39 years. I've been here for 41 years. And like the previous speaker, I tend to ride from my home out of the city of Duncanville in order to find more bike-friendly type of lanes. I would like to do more of that in the city. My children also ride, 2 girls and a boy. They do triathlons. They started training in Duncanville on the roads here. We're no longer the strong and the fearless where we would ride in some of the roads now, because it's safer for us to choose certain times of day, certain roads to ride on. I'm retired, they still work, so it's becoming fewer and fewer roads to do that. But in essence, my grandkids also train for triathlons, 9 years old and 7 years old. They've ridden in the streets in Duncanville. We only ride on certain streets. Daniel Dell is a road I would ride on now, and I do, but I wouldn't let my grandkids ride there. So to support more cycles and running and walking paths on that road, I would vote yes. Buffered bike lanes are more important to me than shared pedestrian and cyclists for the long run, but either way would be fine with me. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Daniel Flores.
Hello, my name is Daniel Flores, 215 West Fain Street. I went to a training session this morning, and I heard of a quote. It's, "A system will produce what a system will produce, nothing less, nothing more." So with that, I'm for a bike lane system across Duncanville, because I really do believe that once we put the whole system in, the city's gonna be so attractive to people. They're gonna wanna move here. Instead of move out, they're gonna wanna move in. And like I've been around cities like downtown Fort Worth. It's they're bike friendly down there, and there's just like restaurants, coffee shops, everything that we want here in Duncanville. So downtown Austin, they're very bike friendly, and so that's what I really want for Duncanville. I want us to be attractive. I want people to be proud of living here. I want people to enjoy being here. So I think the whole bike lane system will be used if you put it in. So I'm for it.
Thank you. Carol Golden. Carol Golden. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Do not wish to speak, but record support for bike lanes. Correct? Okay. 4. Yeah. Mike Miner.
I'm Mike Miner. I live at 2 Ascot Drive here in Duncanville. I'm a big supporter of bicycle riding. I've ridden the Howden Hill 100-mile bike ride in Wichita Falls 4 times. I go to Iowa every year for the last 14 years to go on the Great Bicycle Ride Across Iowa, which is 450 miles. Not a normal person in sight. I've ridden on most of the bike rides around here and seen Mark Cooks at several of them. We rode in the Duncanville bike ride this spring. I've even ridden my bicycle on Daniel Dale Road, which is a truly harrowing experience. I mean, the posted speed limit's 40 miles, and but it just takes 1 or 2 cars going 60 to just scare the daylights out of you. And they do. It's not unheard of. And as a bicycle rider, you're not going to fare well near a car going 60 miles an hour. My concern is that there's no age limit, and I wouldn't want my 10-year-old, or my 4-year-old, but granddaughter riding down Daniel Dale Road. I think it would be dangerous. And I'm not sure my 75-year-old self is always safe riding down Daniel Dale Road. My real concern is I think if one accident occurs, that will destroy the opportunity to have bike lanes for a long time in the city. And I think that's a not unexpected outcome of putting bike lanes like we've described down Daniel Dale Road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lawrence Golden.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members.
We need your name and address for the
Lawrence
record.
Golden,
There you go.
1514 MacArthur Drive. Just coming here this evening, Wheatland, Main Street, big sign on the corner. First line, Duncanville, City of Champions. I say to you, what does that mean? What does it mean? I've been all over the country, retired American Airlines, corporate real estate. I've built buildings all over. I've seen cities. So, City of Championship, what does that mean? I am for 5A, or 5 in this case. I love to exercise. My wife loves to exercise. We go to the gym. It's always crowded. So I support this. If we have bicycles, walking, what have you, for what, $400,000 less to build as is, I support it. When I go to my doctor for my physical, he tells me one thing, always. Mr. Golden, your health is your wealth. Regardless of what you have, exercise constantly, and I do that. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, my time is up shortly, and as such, I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Jeff Ramsey? Oh, I'm sorry, okay. You support? Yes. Beth Farrell?
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Beth Farrell. I live at 419 Swan Ridge Drive here in Duncanville. Been here since 1963. Okay, the Daniel corridor with protected bike lanes is very important for the future of Duncanville. Lane conversion on Daniel Dale is in the original bike plan for Duncanville, for lane conversions there. It's a key component in the connectivity and success of other proposed bike lanes for the plan. And there's many reasons why the study should continue and ultimately bring about protected bike lanes on Duncanville. And I'm talking about the buffered bike lanes. As demonstrated in the study, Duncanville, Daniel Dale is underused and is a prime candidate for protected lanes. It is a rare opportunity to have an opportunity to put in a amenity for the city like this. It's not going to impede traffic. Studies show that bike facilities also increase property values in a livable city along with retail sales. And since property taxes are frozen, pretty much, then if they go up, that's good for the city. When the survey was done last year, paths and trails were the top priority of the citizens of Duncanville, which is one of the reasons I joined the Bike Park Board. However, in my opinion, of the options presented, there's an option E, an alternative E, which is the buffered bike lanes of 2 feet of sidewalk, or 5-foot sidewalks, 4-foot grass, bike lane, 6 feet of buffer, and a physical barrier. I think that, because you can get people and bikes mixed together, there is some confrontations sometimes, and cyclists will not ride the path as much, and so you're going to end up in 4 lanes of traffic instead of 6. So that's, anyway, they're talking about too much, it's going too fast, 60, 70 miles an hour. Well, we just said the study says it's going to tame that and slow it down. So it's a win for everybody. It's good for the city, it's good for, but I do believe that if you could restudy and look at E. Okay, thank you.
Gerald King.
My name is Gerald King, live at 807 Delphi Drive, and I'm right around the corner from Village Tech, as Ms. Jameson talks about. Welcome, Mayor, Councilman. I've lived in Duncanville for about 27 years, and I've ridden road bikes about 20 years in Duncanville. One of the main things that I had to do when I started riding road in Duncanville is I had to put a mirror on my helmet. You know, most people will not ride with mirrors on their helmet, but I said, I live in Duncanville, I love riding in Duncanville, so I had to put a mirror on my helmet so I can watch what's coming behind me. So the way I survive in Duncanville is by being a reactive driver. I know, or reactive rider, I know that I'm not going to win anything against a car. So what I tend to do is I watch my mirror. If I see something coming, then I get out of the way. You know, that way I don't have to take any opportunities of, you know, losing the battle there, because I'm never going to lose, you know, I'm never going to win that. I like what Mr. Anderson was saying about the thing that we really need to look at is we need to look towards the future. I mean, how are you going to attract a new active community into Duncanville? I've heard a lot of people talk about, well, we like the old part of it. Well, you're not going to attract the new community to come in that's an active lifestyle. They want to ride. They want to walk with their kids. They want to do different things. So, as you can tell, I'm definitely for the bike lanes in Duncanville. I prefer the buffered because in the biking community, we have a lot of colleagues that we have lost over the last couple of years from being, you know, struck by cars. But I definitely am for bike lanes, and the thing is, with some of the other lanes that we have, like Clark Road, I mean, you can't touch Clark Road in the morning or in the evening. If you're going to ride Clark Road, you have to do it in the middle of the day. So, thanks for your time.
Lance Hevron, is it?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Lance Hevron. I live at 1446 Cardinal Creek Drive, just around the corner, or just across the street from Village Tech. I'm a road cyclist, averaging 1,500 miles per year for the last 13 years. I'm one of the brave ones that has ridden on Daniel Dale Road for thousands of miles. It is dangerous. Any option except zero build would be appreciated and would make it more likely that I and my kids will live a long life. Thanks for considering it. I'm in favor of bike lanes on both sides, again, as Beth talked about, alternative E, to facilitate long-term good practices and safety. Bike lanes on both sides will teach good riding habits. The years I've been in Duncanville, I've seen cyclists, usually not people that ride a whole lot, but have very poor cycling habits. They're where cars won't see them. And having people ride on the wrong side of the road in one lane, I just think that's a bad idea, and it leads to bad habits for cyclists. There is the new school on the south side of Daniel Dale, and most of the neighborhoods, or a lot of the neighborhoods, are on the north side. I have a son who's been riding and walking to Village Tech, and a daughter who teaches at Village Tech. Right now, my son has a hard time riding his bike, even though it's just a quarter of a mile, because you just can't ride real safely or walk safely on Daniel Dale. Okay? I support alternative E. Better to spend a little more now for long-term good practices and safety, and potentially save lives in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Kuntz.
Jeremy Kuntz, 226 Creekwood Court. We should definitely consider the fact that everyone that's concerned about the speed and it being a racetrack, the options, option E that Beth talked about, and the options that were presented don't require the cyclists to be on the road with the cars. There's some kind of barrier there. So we need to consider that option there. And then again, I didn't realize this, but the original plan, I guess back several years, was that there would be a bike route in Duncanville that would include Daniel Dale. So it seems like a no-brainer that we would proceed with that so that we could continue with those plans. And I didn't realize that the council had, approved those plans several years ago. And so those are points that have already been made. Just from my personal experience, we've only lived here coming up on 2 years. And so just thinking about when we were deciding where we want to live and looking at all the communities in the area, that there are definitely some correlations between a community that promotes health and wellness with a community that promotes educational and increased educational opportunities. There's some correlations there with communities that have low crime rates, the communities that have good economies, that there are some correlations there. And so when we're just thinking about the overall plan of trying to make better opportunities for cyclists and runners and walkers and these kinds of things, we need to remember that all these things are correlated. And all these other communities, as we've mentioned, are incorporating these kinds of things. And we want to stay connected with these other communities that are progressing and developing, because we talk about arteries. If we get cut off from all this other development around us, what happens when something gets cut off? Of course, it dies. And we don't want that to happen to Duncanville. Thank you.
Thank you. Misty Bain?
Misty Bain, 102 Walnut Street. I looked at this topic from a critical standpoint, and I was honestly prepared to find something wrong with this plan. I personally have not found anything wrong with it. I hear all of these safety claims about Daniel Dale, and yet this plan includes protected lanes, alleviating safety concerns. The cost is less than building 6 lanes for vehicles. Traffic studies show the road is underutilized, and it's my preference that we utilize the 2 lanes for bikes and pedestrians rather than for vehicles. This will not only improve safety conditions for cyclists, it will improve safety conditions for pedestrians as well. With a 6-lane vehicle plan, we get just that, lanes for cars and nothing else. Removing bike lanes from this plan will essentially remove bike lanes from Daniel Dale. Without the reduction in lanes, there will be no bike lanes on Daniel Dale, with obstructions like bridges and the lack of remaining rights of way. Removing the bike lanes from this plan is the same as saying no to the bike lanes. It makes sense financially for the bike lanes to remain in this plan of reconstruction. We always say that we will come back to things later, and it just quite simply never happens. Many younger families have no safe place to ride. We don't allow it at our parks, and now I've been watching them riding in parking lots. If you want to put the vote off for this and you feel like it's really important to do so, then I would advise that you do that and seek further citizen input. But I am asking that you do not remove this, the bike lanes as part of this plan. Thanks.
Maria Gonzalez?
My name is Maria Gonzalez. I live at 1315 Meadow Green. John F. Kennedy said, "Nothing compares to the simple pleasure of riding a bike." I think most of us here remember riding a bike. For some of us, that was like our only form of wheels in the neighborhood. Having moved from Oak Cliff, one of the biggest changes has been the lack of a bike culture. We would daily ride our bikes to school, then on Saturdays after chores, of course, we would all hop on our bikes and ride over to the Bishop Arts for pizza. We've tried to do that here only to be honked at or people staring us down. Now my older kids' bikes are just collecting dust in the garage because, quote, "Mom, people think we're weird." There is a change starting. Brian over at Black and Bitter is pioneering some positive neighborhood building events, but we can enhance that even more by creating bike-friendly streets. More and more of our kids are suffering from depressions, anxieties, becoming isolated with devices and games, but we're forgetting how we have a whole world to explore outside. I know Monty's out, did some work out in Oak Cliff. In the elementary school that the kids went to in Oak Cliff would have a bike ride week, which would end with the whole street, all of Davis, being shut down so that the whole school would ride to Eno's for a root beer float. We have been under supporting Franklin's, and I hear their milkshakes are really good. Yes, this will be a little inconvenient in the beginning, but we can do it. Yes, this will be a change. Daniel Dale is not an expressway. Yes, we will need to educate people about bikes on our streets, but I'm part of that, and you all are also have the opportunity to be a part of that change for Duncanville. So I do support it, and I hope that you guys will vote on that today.
Nelson Huff?
How y'all doing tonight?
My name is Nelson Huff, 534 Coronado Lane, and I've been cycling for like 30, 40 years. I put 10,000 miles on last year on the bike. But, you know, avid bikers like myself going up Daniel with a light blinking in the back, with high visibility, you know, kit on, and a car runs up behind you, blowing at you, telling you that you're not a vehicle. You know, you wonder about that when there's two other lanes over there, no cars in it. And the study shows that it's not very, you know, we're not talking about Renner Road or somewhere up north where it's just bumper to bumper all day long. So I think the buffered bike lanes are the best. It separates the cars from the bikes. And, you know, mentally, it separates the cars from the bikes. You know, cars won't say, why are they in this lane? But in the Texas code, a bicycle is a vehicle. A lot of people don't understand that. So, you know, safety is the main thing. I think the buffer is about the safest. Thank you.
Alexander McLaughlin.
Alexander McLaughlin, 310 South Alexander Avenue in Duncanville. I've been here since 1984. I currently am chair of the park board. I was involved in the park master plan, and I also had the honor of being on the bond commission. I speak in favor of the plan for all the reasons that were given in the excellent presentation. I'm slightly surprised to hear that Daniel Dale is a speedway. Might I suggest that the police set up some speed traps, and if Daniel Dale becomes getting the reputation of being a speed trap, I very strongly suspect the speed will somewhat diminish. We have got to cater for people who ride bikes because they're as much right on the road as anyone else. I'm not a cyclist. My wife is an avid cyclist, like many have spoken tonight. This is a good plan. It also ties in with what the Bond Commission did, because the Bond Commission also approved bikes and trails by the same overwhelming majority as they did for improvements at Daniel Dale and the splash pad and all the rest of it. This is part of what Duncanville can become. Not what we are, but what we can become, and we can become better than what we are. I have been involved, as I say, with the park board, with some of the planning. It's been a privilege, and I hope that you as a council will carry this forward and act on the recommendations of the consultant. Thank you for your time, Mayor, council members.
Reginald Hurd.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Reginald Hurd, 511 North Greenstone Lane here in Duncanville. I've been a resident of Duncanville for 10 years. I came here in 2009. I come speaking in favor of the reduced lanes and additional bike lanes. But there's one thing that I want to ask. I ask that you guys will take a strong look at that recommendation E, because the separation of the bike lanes and the other pedestrian usage is also important. And it's important for this reason. When you build it, folks are going to begin to use it. And when they begin to use it, you're going to have multiple types of users that will be on the trails. There will be individuals walking, parents with strollers. You have individuals that have dogs on leashes that will be walking on the pedestrian trail. And then you have the bicyclists that's coming. I can tell you from my history, I worked for the city of Dallas for several years, and I had spent 10 years managing the area of White Rock Lake. And we had multiple issues with the multiple uses of the trails at White Rock Lake. And the biggest issue that we had were foot pedestrians and bicyclists. Major conflicts. So if you can separate the two, that would be really good. So I just wanted to speak in favor of the reduced lane study, and I want to strongly recommend that you guys take a strong look at going with that recommendation E for those purposes of separating the bicyclists from the regular foot pedestrians as well. Thank you.
For the record, Mayor McLaughlin wishes to support it, but does not wish to speak. Linda Metcalf wishes to support it, but does not wish to speak. Mark Metcalf wishes to support it, but does not wish to speak. Terry Hogue, do I say that right? Wishes to support it, but does not wish to speak. Cliff Boyd.
He was supported, not want to speak. Did you hear me, Cliff?
I get an extra minute? Hey, I'm going to take my 2 minutes, but I'm going to take a 10-second before to say thank you to the sewer department of the city of Duncanville. They have done an outstanding job in my neighborhood, and I can't pass up on that. I shared that with the city manager, and so that doesn't count on my 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Y'all got an Ambrosia.
Your name and address, please.
1019 Quail Run with a new sewer. Y'all got an Ambrosia decision. I had a few of those in my life here too. Because Monty, you're not right, wrong, you're right. When you're going to start, you got to start. If you don't ever start, you never finish. I think you've got to decide also that there were a number of people who were appreciative to come here and speak. You've got to represent 38,500 that didn't come. So you got to make a decision based upon some of the things that y'all only get a chance to see and the rest of us don't at this point in time. I think the main thing is that I do totally support the bike program. I think a bike plan is absolutely a necessity for our community. And I want to see it tie the parks together and the schools together. I think though this project, that this 3.5 miles is not the place to start. I think if you were going to have a plan that says you're going to finish the rest of it to Clark Road in a reasonable period of time, but I don't think that's a road you're going to be replacing in any near time. I would rather see you take and focus on really putting some real bike connections and trails that will ultimately give immediate benefit, not just a little benefit that's in that area that's 3.5 miles. So I know I had double speak here tonight because I do support the bike program. Y'all know I always have and I always will. Mark, y'all are big supporters of that and our community needs that. But this 3.5 miles to me is the wrong place to start enhancing our bike program. Thank y'all for your service.
Dave Galbraith.
Well, I've got 2 minutes to do the impossible.
State your name and address, please.
Dave Galbraith, 203 Brookwood Drive. I support this resolution, which is the staff's recommendations, for several reasons. I want to start, however, with what my good friend just said about this is not the place to start. I think Main Street to Daniel Dale must be dealt with now. We're going to spend money there, and we must slow down the traffic on Daniel Dale Road from 67 to Clark Road. Even if we just invest in the short segment from Main Street to 67. We must slow the traffic down there. We must invest our money wisely. That includes solving the bike access issue right now, not postponing it. We're going to spend the money, let's do it right, and save some money in the long run by doing it this way, the recommendations. What we do west of Main Street is another debate, as the mayor has already suggested. Now, we promised the citizens that we would do this. They signed on to it. They passed the bond program. That's a done deal. That's not up for grabs. And so I recommend, as an old codger who needs to get these wobbly legs to going, that we get with it, get with the program, and be discreet about it, but let's slow down the traffic on Daniel Dale Road. And let's create safe bicycle access and hiking access. All of the things that have been said tonight are pertinent. I empathize with the feeders off of Daniel Dale, the Village Tech, and the residences. Thank you.
Joshua Kim.
Joshua Kim, 1833 Clark Trail, Grand Prairie, Texas. I strongly approve dedicated or shared bike lanes, preferably dedicated bike lanes. I used to ride more than 100 miles per day on a road bike from Grand Prairie to Denton, Texas, which is about 150 miles one way. But approximately 20 years ago, I stopped riding on road bike because on a shoulder of I-35, on more than few occasions, I was almost run over by cars going in excess of 70, 80 miles per hour. So I became an avid mountain biker. So having a dedicated bike lane on a streets of municipalities, and also connecting to other municipalities, so you can ride from, let's say, Duncanville to Grand Prairie, other places of interest, that you can do it safely without being on a road, sharing it with other vehicular traffic. And also about the Jonette Jameson, the cost difference between the concrete and asphalt, because the concrete or the asphalt, which supports heavier traffic, it needs to be deeper, say 2.5 feet to 3 feet, versus concrete for the bike lane, which has lesser weight. So that might be the difference of the cost per linear foot.
That concludes all of the citizen comment cards that I have. And as I stated earlier, what we would do at this point then is begin discussion among the council members up here. Before doing that, I want to thank all of the citizens who've come forward tonight for their concern, for expressing their opinions, and for giving us their inputs. In addition to those individuals that have come forward tonight, I think each of us have also received some voicemails and emails, both for and against the issue. Now, I want to make clear that the statements that have been made have been in the generic, let's support bike lanes in our city. Let's support bike lanes down Daniel Dale. Those comments do not target what's in our decision tonight. I have no problem with bike lanes in our city. I would love to see more bike lanes, miles and miles and miles of bike lanes in our city. I would love to see the bike plan implemented. Doing 2,500 feet from 67 to Main, and I agree with one citizen's comments, probably one of the most dangerous sections of road in our city as a result of the speeding that occurs. And another individual talked about speed traps. I go down Daniel Dale 6 to 7 times a day, and we do park police officers down that road. And we do attempt to stop speeders, and it does not do any effect. Call it a speed trap, call it what you wish. The normal speed going down Daniel Dale, when we had the speed devices out there, was somewhere between 50 and 54 miles an hour. The danger point of legitimizing a speed limit of 40 by building bike lanes on a road, I don't know if that's going to have the safety effect that is actually desired. In terms of the specifications that our esteemed consultant provided to us, the safety factors, even some of you have said that you're fearful of driving down Daniel Dale. Would a buffered bike lane take away that fear? Rhetorical question. I don't know. I have to reiterate, I'm not opposed to bike lanes. Whether this is the right place for them at this point in time is what I'm unsure of. The $1.4 million to be spent to create bike lanes, can you pull up the graphic that shows the aerial view? That one. If we don't have in mind today the full intention of expending and budgeting for expenditures to go all the way to Clark Road and to go all the way over to the east to join up with DeSoto, if we do not have the intention to do that, then this is not the way to spend $1.4 million, because it basically creates a road to nowhere. Will you, bicyclers, cyclists, actually take your bikes to Main Street and cycle to Highway 67 because we build a bike lane of 2,300 and something feet? Turn around on Highway 67 and cycle back on that bike lane, because we have now done that for $1.4 million. Bike lanes need to be in this city. In this small section, is it the right place? That's what I ask you to think about. That's what we as a council must think about. Is it the right place to start something where we don't know when we're going to finish it? Because this is a jump start. This is a kick start to bike lanes down Daniel Dale Road. And as I said, if we as a council, and I'm saying this, I'm not speaking on behalf of the council, I'm speaking on behalf of my own personal opinion, we have not given any consideration whatsoever to the dollar cost of taking Daniel Dale bike lanes all the way to Clark Road, nor going across 67 and hooking up with DeSoto, because that's what this bike lane actually is. You all want bike lanes, we want bike lanes, but if it doesn't connect anywhere, why should we do that? Why not spend the money to make a bike lane within our city that's going to give you cyclists a perfect route within the city that you enjoy riding, and you don't have to use a rear view mirror because you're fearful of somebody going 60 miles an hour and running you over? That's my logic. How it appeals to you, I don't know. How it appeals to the rest of our city council, I don't know. This is my personal opinion, but I wanted to express it so that we as a city understand where I'm coming from as your mayor. And my thoughts on this are, I'm hopeful that I'm making it very clear. I am not opposed to bike lanes. But until this council makes a decision that we're going to spend X millions of dollars to make this a full connection of Daniel Dale, both east and west, no, we should not spend this $1.4 million because it's going to be a Band-Aid, possibly a Band-Aid. So my suggestion and I go back to another comment that was made by one of our citizens. Maybe we do need to talk to DeSoto to find out what they intend to do. Because if we try to make a connection and there is no intention to make a connection anywhere else going east or west, then we have a longer road to nowhere. So that's a possibility. So what I am thinking about, and again, there has been no discussion among ourselves. What I'm about to say has not been discussed with any member sitting on this dais with me, is that we do possibly need to do some more work on this. We need to give it a little more thought. We need to find out, do we really want to connect this thing for the 3.5 miles going to the west and X miles going to the east? I don't know what those miles are. But if we want to do due diligence and look at the long-term effect on our city, and truly the long-term effect on our city, this space of 2,300 feet is not the way to do it. The due diligence would be, let's take a look at what it would take to go all the way from wherever it is our border is on DeSoto, push it all the way through and go all the way to Clark Road, see what that costs, and see if we as a council and you as citizens say, okay, if you do that, then I'll take my bike and I will actually start at Clark Road and I'll go all the way to DeSoto and I'll even cross Highway 67 with my bike. Now, there's one other factor that we haven't talked about. And that is if we push this bike lane all the way to Clark Road. Mr. Ramey, how many bridges are there between Main Street and Clark Road?
Between Main Street and Clark Road, there's 3.
3 bridges. 3 bridges that have to be somehow, what's the word I'm looking for? Reconstructed. Some work has to be done on those 3 bridges if we take anything away from them. Just something to think about. Whether it's really essential or not, I'm not sure. But bridge crossing, because there are no sidewalks there today, crossing those bridges, if I'm correct. So we're looking at some of the possibilities. One other thing I would like to look at before we move on. Could you bring up, it's mentioned alternative E. I don't have my mind wrapped around alternative E. That's been mentioned 3 or 4 times.
Yes, sir. So roughly, alternative E is representing the interim that we were recommending. So this is interim E, which is basically also represents what we would be doing in the other parts of Daniel Dale, which would be basically providing that 6-foot buffer with some delineators. If we were to take E to the next level in lieu of just sort of striping pavement and having full depth similar road, again, it would be something more appropriate for be a less thick pavement for bicyclists, and it's something a little bit more robust than a delineator. But roughly, this would be E right here.
Okay.
Which would be the interim solution.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to conclude my remarks, and I hope I've said it eloquently and articulated it enough that you understand I'm not opposed to bike lanes. We need bike lanes. I'd love to have bike lanes in our city. This small section of our city is not the place to start. And I can't support this piece of it without us doing more study to determine what it would be to actually connect Daniel Dale so that you citizens could go down from where you live today, go down Daniel Dale, cross Clark Road, and go to the Cedar Hill Preserve. That's really what you'd love to do, isn't it? So that's what I have to say. My recommendation, my thought process is that we as a council are not yet at the place where we need to make a decision on this tonight, only because I feel that we need to look at the entire connection process of the entire Daniel Dale Road, not this 2,300 feet. Mr. Anderson.
Boy, You know, the people that spoke in favor of this tonight, you just said didn't speak in favor of shared bike lanes on Daniel Dale Road. That was your first sentence tonight. And I want to ask the audience out here that spoke in favor tonight, did you mean to include that you're in favor of shared bicycle lanes on Daniel Dale Road? You did? Okay, that's what I thought. This plan is here. This is a plan that's here. It's been here for a long time. It shows Daniel Dale on the plan. It's here. Where do you start? We have an opportunity. We have an opportunity right now. We have an opportunity to start right now because of some faulty water lines and because of a street that's highly dangerous. Even the opposition to the bike lanes tonight said that Daniel Dale and Cockrell Hill were very dangerous roads. I mean, we have an opportunity tonight to make this road safe, to actually separate those bike lanes so you don't have to use rear view glasses. We have this opportunity for us. We have the money for it. We have the opportunity to show the world around us, to show the other cities around us what you can do in the beginning of a start. You can't build all the bike lanes in one start. This gives us a good starting point. This is our guide. This is our guide. This is what the people said they wanted in the comp plan. This is what we said at our retreat we wanted. This is the cheapest and easiest way. Why would we not start tonight? Why are we going to wait? The future is not going to wait on us. I will say it again. This is no longer about us. This is about, by the time this is done, this is a different generation. We cannot think about us tonight. It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what some of the young people that were here tonight, what they think. They're the ones that are going to be riding and living in this city. With that, I make a motion to approve moving this project forward tonight. I make that a motion right now.
I'll second the motion with a addendum to consider E. But I'd also like to make comments when we.
I agree to the E.
So if you're finished, Councilman?
Yes, I'm through.
Mayor, I have the floor.
This process has not done what we as a council agreed to in terms of we would have discussion. The interjection of a motion at this point is fine. There's nothing I can do about that. But I don't believe everyone sitting here has had an opportunity to express themselves yet. Mr. Anderson has made the motion. You have seconded the motion. Now, if you're going to start to qualify the second, it's not the place to do it. We're either for or going. We're either moving forward or we're not.
All right. Do I now have the floor?
If you want to withdraw your second, you may. If you want to continue, then say it. But the qualification of these seconds with the buts and you can't handle it that way.
I'm not asking to withdraw. I'm asking, do I have the floor to speak?
You've got it.
All right, thank you. If I was in the old Baptist board that I am, and Monty that you just spoke up and you talked very well about the bike plan, I would have stood up and shouted, amen, amen, amen. But since I'm on the council, I'll try to articulate a little bit as well of what Monty said, because I think you said it very well, Councilman. First of all, this is not a new plan. Can someone tell me when we painted the bike lanes on Hill City? 2014. 2014. So 2014, we currently have what we considered a plan that we were going to study in 2014. How long do we study? How long do we wait? You keep saying, wait for this, wait for that. Are you waiting for my grandchildren, your grandchildren to sit behind the podium to make that call? How long do we wait? You said we're pretending as though the 1.4 is for bike lanes only. It's not. It is simply saying to us, while you have the opportunity to rebuild a stretch of your of the lane, make an improvement to it. And I think that's simple. I gave you the example, whether you can understand that example or not, of rebuilding something. You rebuild to make it better and not to make it the same. How and when does it start? You know, many times we talk about, why don't we have this like Cedar Hill? And why don't we have this like Grand Prairie? And why don't we have this like all these other cities? Well, the reason we don't is we stunt our own growth. Grand Prairie has a citywide bike ride once a month, whether it's organized by the mayor or was organized by whoever, once a month. And I'm sure that as they do that, they're doing it for a reason to pull the city together. We talked about we came up with this plan. We came up with this plan, or they came up with this plan, because we wanted to see if we could get a grant to continue the process of bike lanes. We didn't get it. We didn't get the grant, right? However, we didn't get the grant, and so we stopped. We stopped with the plan. We stopped saying that we now need to come up with a bike plan. At what point do we move forward? So the 1.4 you ask, is it that stretch of piece of land? It starts somewhere, but a biker, a real biker or cyclist, is not going to stop at Main Street. They're going to continue up Main Street whether you have the lane or not. All the cyclists are asking, and the people of the city are asking, is that you go ahead and start with the portion of where we are already rebuilding and investing our money in. The bond money was an investment from every citizen that voted for it, and those that didn't vote for it, it still became part of what we're doing now. So someone mentioned that we're listening to what citizens have talked to us about, called us about. Well, I beg the difference. I beg the difference because the comprehensive plan that we talked so much about, and that we invested so much in, and that we asked citizens to give us their feedback, they gave us their feedback in that comprehensive plan. All who have voted on it gave us that for sure. They gave us their feedback when they voted for the bond election. Not just for that strip of land. They gave us the feedback on town halls when we said, tell us what's your top things that you want to see in our city. Council, we have an opportunity to move forward and act upon what the citizens of Duncanville, whether all of us agree, whether half agree. And I understand half says this, and I told you before, I listened to all. Half said, let's do it. Another half said, don't do it. I had a stronger half saying, let's go forward. So I'm asking us not to delay this anymore. How much longer do we delay? How? When? It is not costing us anymore to start. We have it already in one part of the city. I've ridden the city many times in my own bike. Helmet and all, I've rode the city. Yes, with those cars coming by, yes. I even went so far to say, this is not about me, this is about me encouraging others to ride bikes. I even went so far to encourage students to ride bikes by giving them bikes and say, go ride bikes in your neighborhood. I went so far to say, let's have fun, let's go have some bike rides. And many people enjoyed the bike rides. And so I'm just asking this council to not to delay this process anymore with thinking that this 1.4 is only for that one strip. It's an investment for us to continue. Thank you.
Mr. Jameson, well, since we have reopened discussion, we are not going to go for a vote on this motion because there's more discussion to be made. Ms. Jameson.
Well, that's kind of what my comment was, is that I think everybody agrees that we're going to have bike lanes. It's that now we're back to which one? Because we've had some discussion on one that was not the one that was proposed in the agenda item. So I kind of think that we need some time if we're going to discuss possibly changing the item.
Well, I will reiterate that this is my logic, is that we are not yet at a position as a council, and I object to some comments saying that how much longer are we going to wait? What is due diligence when the possibilities is expending $4 to $5 to $6 million to make a true connection on Daniel versus a $1.4 million at this point? All I'm saying is due diligence for this council could be to take a look at what it would cost to make bike lanes, alternative E, G, doesn't make any difference. How much would it cost? How much is this city willing to face for the future to make a true connector for Daniel-Dale? And we don't have a clue. My logic process says, let's just do some due diligence. Let's table this. Let Dunaway do a full study coming from all the way to connector from DeSoto into 67, 67 to Clark, and let us as a council see whether we can afford this for the future. Because that's the true connector. That's what I'm asking. I'm not opposed to bike lanes down Daniel. I'm just saying we're being very short-sighted to put this in this particular 2,300 feet with not knowing what it's going to cost to make it the true connector we desire it to be. Mr. Harvey.
My question, I imagine, is to the city manager, because so much discussion has gone on. I'm afraid to admit, or I must admit, I've kind of lost track. So what are we supposed to be doing tonight? We're supposed to be accepting the report that you all did, right?
If I can clarify. So again, for some context, the bond project was to be designed for Daniel-Dale Road. The council asked us to look at the possibility of bike lanes. You approved the study to do the bike lane study all of Daniel-Dale. At this point, we need to move forward with the design for the bond project of Daniel-Dale between Main and 67. We have provided to the council previously a number of different cross sections and options, and again, it was reiterated tonight by Dunaway. The recommendation is to build the ultimate cross section for Daniel-Dale between Main and 67, and interim section for the remainder of Daniel-Dale, with interim section being option E, the barriers and the on-road bike lane. So the resolution before you is drafted that way. So when the council, yes, ma'am. So the resolution states.
Pull up the resolution, please.
The resolution states where one of the whereases is whereas the study, which is this study before you, recommends a final in-state design between South Main Street and US Highway 67 of 4 lanes, 2 in each direction, with a 12-foot shared use path in the North Parkway and a 5-foot sidewalk in the South Parkway. And whereas the study recommends an interim measure along Daniel-Dale Road to tie into the bike lanes along Mountain Creek Parkway in Dallas to the reconstructed section of Daniel-Dale Road between South Main Street and US Highway 67, and to the planned 4-lane road with bike lanes in DeSoto by converting the outside vehicular lane to a 5-foot bike lane with a 6-foot buffer with 4 lanes, 2 each direction, remaining for vehicular traffic and 5-foot sidewalks along the north and south parkways. And then if this resolution is approved, Section 1 states that it approves the Daniel-Dale Road Corridor Study recommendations to convert Daniel-Dale Road to 4 vehicular lanes with supporting bike and pedestrian facilities, which is this study as recommended by staff and the consultant, again, is the ultimate roadway between Main and 67.
That's G.
That is correct. Option G for the section that is going to be reconstructed, and then option E for the remainder of Daniel-Dale, which of course would be as funds allow.
So was that your motion, Monty?
Yes.
And you seconded?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
So
Mayor, you stated that this was only a little section, but even in the ordinance that's been presented to us tonight, as you can see, it's tying in the entire city. It's the beginning of tying in the entire city. I mean, we talked about this before. We looked at this. We talked about the lanes all the way from DeSoto to Dallas. I don't understand where this is coming from tonight, that you're saying that we're only got one section. We're only doing one little section. It's not a good place to start. I don't understand where all this is coming from, because that's not what we talked about. And that's not what's in the ordinance before us tonight.
My concern is that the study has not given us the cost to do exactly what the stipulation is in this full study.
So there's no way you can actually look, what if you said we're
All
going to
I'm
build
asking
out-
is that they do this, that they give us the full cost of the full study as in the whereas, the last whereas in the resolution, which is going all the way from Mountain Creek Parkway across and going to DeSoto. I'm asking for that cost. It's not been given to us.
You never know what a city's going to cost building it out until it's done incrementally. We're doing this incrementally. That's how cities are built. They're built in sections. They're built in stages. That's what we're doing tonight. I mean, those costs will change. When we build this section of the road and we begin to downsize the street here, our city's going to look better. It's likely to generate more money. It's a thing you do. You do a little bit and then something's built. Then you do a little bit more and something else is built. And a little bit more and something else is built. You don't build out the whole city at once. And those costs will justify themselves, or they won't. Or it will be a failure. It won't.
And in the future, if they won't, we have the road that goes to nowhere.
It's not a road that goes to nowhere.
We have bike lanes that go to nowhere.
It's always going to be a road that goes from 67 to Main Street. It always will be.
We have bike lanes that go to nowhere if nothing else works it.
You have to start somewhere.
Is there any further discussion by any members of the council? If not, we're going to take this to a vote. Seeing no more discussion, Mr. Anderson, please restate your motion for clarification, please.
I make a motion that we approve
I make a motion that we approve the ordinance before us tonight.
Well,
the resolution.
The resolution.
Excuse me. The resolution that we have before us tonight, as stated by the city manager previously.
That is not available to pull up on the screen. We do not have the resolution available. Well, we have it here individual, well, if some of us do, some of us don't. All right. I'm going to read, so we all understand exactly what's been proposed. I'll read it again. The motion is, whereas the study recommends an interim measure along Daniel Dale Road to tie into the bike lanes along Mountain Creek Parkway in Dallas to the reconstructed section of Daniel Dale Road between South Main Street and US Highway 67 and to the planned 4-lane road with bike lanes in DeSoto by converting the outside vehicular lane to a 5-foot bike lane with a 6-foot buffer with 4 lanes to each direction remaining for vehicular traffic and 5-foot sidewalks along the north and south parkways. 1, that the City Council of the City of Duncanville, Texas hereby approves the Daniel Dale Road Corridor Study recommendations to convert Daniel Dale Road to 4 vehicular lanes with supporting bike and pedestrian facilities. 2, that the City Council of the City of Duncanville, Texas hereby authorizes the city manager or his designee to execute the necessary documents. And 3, that this resolution shall become effective immediately upon its passage. Please vote. Motion is passed. Item 6A, receive the Parks and Recreation Quarterly Report.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Bart Stevenson, Director of Parks and Recreation, here to share with you all the good things that are going on in our Parks and Recreation Department the last 3 months. The last time I was here before you, we had an interim Recreation Superintendent. Mr. Garcia has now been moved to the permanent role of Recreation Superintendent and is now overseeing both the Senior Center as well as our Recreation Center and doing a fantastic job. His immediate focus at the Recreation Center has been to address our customer service, our cleanliness, professionalism, and program growth, and he's working on all 4 of those areas. Has made significant progress. Part of that includes we have now a new TV service for our cardio machines. We were having issues with our dish network. That has now been resolved. We've done quite a bit of interior painting, and we've updated numerous policies within our recreation center, including our cash handling. We also have a new irrigation technician, Jeffrey Peoples. Jeffrey joins us with a tremendous amount of experience in irrigation. He has his own irrigation company, along with actually an air conditioning company as well. So he's been a great addition to our park maintenance team. A few measurables from our recreation center. We've started tracking this a little more closely. We've had nearly 7,500 visitors over the last 3 months. You can see that we have a number of numerous programs, including jazzercise. We're really trying to work on pickleball. That's a very exciting program that can be played by seniors. Cheerleading, dance, karate, self-defense, and a new youth basketball league. In addition to our special events, we've had our concerts in the park in September with Mango Punch and Jack Mason, and then we had Boo Bash, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a few moments. At the Senior Center, we've had almost 5,000 visits over the last 3 months. Meals served for our congregate meal program is actually a little over 5,000, and you might ask why you have served more meals than you have visits, and that's because you don't have to be a member of the Senior Center to get a congregate meal. So we do have a few folks who are not members who come up and get a meal from time to time. Some of the programs are yoga, dance, ceramics, dominoes, games. We have enrichment classes. Most recently, we've done beginner Spanish as well as smartphone classes, which have been a really big hit with our seniors. Special events include our monthly birthday celebrations. We recently started the Coffee with the Mayor, and in September we celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month. For our work plan success, I would highlight we initiated the design for Armstrong Park as part of the bond election program. We hosted a community meeting just a few weeks ago on October 17th. It was presented by our consultant, Dunaway, along with our playground consultant, Leathers Playgrounds. And just as a refresher, Leathers Playgrounds are the folks who designed Kidsville back in 1989. And so we brought them back to help us design Kidsville 2.0. And we presented both the concept plans for the playground as well as the spray ground at this meeting. That presentation is located on our city website, and we are still seeking additional community feedback, so certainly welcome anyone to go out and look at that presentation and provide us information provide us their feedback on that. I also want to tout the park board a little bit. They did something that's been really innovative in my opinion, and they went out to the citizens to seek community input on what our citizens want in their neighborhood parks. And we started with 5 parks during September and early October with Pyburn, Quail Run, Waterview, Chris Paris, and Redbird. I felt like we had excellent citizen participation. I know some of you were there. We got great feedback, and we'll use this information in our future park planning as well as our budget preparations. We'll have a few more meetings in the spring of 2020. Unfortunately, daylight just got to us and it got too dark too early. Circling back to Boo Bash, that was held on October 25th. That is an event that has been a mainstay in Duncanville for many, many years. It has traditionally been held at the Recreation Center and Library. However, it's outgrown that facility and has moved to the Field House this year with great fanfare, and it really went off well. That is a joint event we do with the library, and it was a really great event. And then lastly, I would again highlight, I know it's already been mentioned before by Mayor Gordon, that we have our Christmas parade and tree lighting coming up on December 6th. We are still seeking parade applications or vendor applications as well, but we have a really fun event planned, and we're looking forward to having everyone out on Friday, December 6th for our event. We have a brand new LED Christmas tree that was approved in the budget that has now arrived and will be placed at Memorial Park in advance. So we're really excited about that. And with that, I answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Just want to mention inadvertently, I skipped item 5B, take any necessary action as a result of executive session. There is no action to be taken as a result of executive session. Item 6B, receive the Fieldhouse Quarterly Report. Mr. Brassfield.
Good evening, Kevin, Mayor, Council, Craig Brassfield, General Manager, Duncanville Fieldhouse. We're here tonight to deliver the final quarterly report for FY19. Starting with the revenues for the quarter, we did $365,000, which was about $206 less than the quarter same time last year. Puts us at the total revenue for the year at $1.343 million, which was 99.6% of our budget, or less than $10,000. On our expenditures, we came in at $385 for the quarter, was $37,000 more than the same quarter last year. Expenditures totaled $1.32 million, which was 5% over our budget, or $6,000. 6-year comparison, as you can notice, the green line is getting taller and the red line is kind of staying put, but for the first time ever, it looks like the green line outlasted the red line, which shows a profit. Going month by month, we had 3 basketball tournaments in the month of July, 1 volleyball league, and 1 camp. $17,000 over prior year in revenues and $36,000 less in expenses for the month of July. August, we're $21,000 less in revenue, likewise $25,000 less in expenses for 4 basketball tournaments, 2 camps, and 1 corporate event. September was a final month of the quarter and of the fiscal year. We did $4,000 more than last year and spent $1,218 less than the year before. All that said, we show a $22,531 profit for FY19. Our traffic for the quarter and the year, we were $19,000 down in traffic for the quarter, but up 15,641 visitors through our traffic counter for the fiscal year. Sponsorships, we finished strong, collected right at 100% of our expected receivables. We did have 1 client that hasn't paid yet. We're still chasing and trying to collect. That's $1,500 is all we did not collect from what we had written on contracts. Moving forward, looking projected for 2020, we start the year off this coming couple of weeks with our Turkey Blitz. We gave away 300 turkey meals to needy families last year, headed up by Southern Methodist University for a great Thanksgiving event. We will be completing the Phase 2 improvements to the courtyard. We are installing a privacy curtain in the Blue Gym. We're very close to connecting the last portion of the streaming capabilities that we will have beginning hopefully in December. We just signed a contract and are working with a sports trainer group that's renting the facility and recovery services. As always, we'll have a growing 2019 and 20 before and after school program. Summer camps often we expect no different for next year. And as always, tournaments, camps, and leagues will be jam-packed. The field house will be used to its capacity. With that, I'll try to answer questions.
Mr. Harvey?
Can you go back to that last slide?
Yes, sir.
ESN Sports Training and Recovery Services. So what type of activities are they going to provide there at the field house?
It's an existing client. It's 360, same individual that does the spin class and does performance training. Through their knowledge and abilities, they've become a trainer, providing trainers. As of tonight, we have the TSCAL volleyball private school tournament going on. They hired the trainers through our service that are at the facility right now, are actually closed by now, but they're providing trainer services basically, yes, sir.
Okay, so that's for recovery from injury purposes?
Yeah, it's more just trainers. The same thing has been happening, kind of where this started. A lot of the tournament directors called us, and asked for trainers, and I was hooking them up with a service that I had in a past life, and they were using that service. It was just kind of a pass along. And then Clarence came up with this idea. I thought it was a great idea. Basically, he's paying us more rent, and he handles providing trainers and farming them out to each event.
So these are working with individuals to enhance their performance?
It's more of a recovery of the event. They're not out chasing, not to this at this point, but it's more reactory when tournaments are coming to the facility. We're just basically helping the tournament director provide a trainer for the event.
Okay.
Mr. Cooks?
Yes, I did drive by and was noticing, I talked to city manager, parking. I noticed that this weekend you have you're paying for parking in some cases.
We have 2 events a year, actually 3 events a year.
Tell us how they work. Tell us how they work.
We just made a deal with the Hunter Pro Garcia Promotions. They bring in it's a different event. It's more like instead of a Karate Kid type atmosphere where you got mats everywhere. They have one rink, basically a ramp that comes down, spotlights, music, so the kids are. The point I'm getting to is an event. It's not a recreational event. Okay. It's a one-time off event. People are buying concessions. People are paying to park their cars. We charge $5 a car, okay. And we parked 260 cars last weekend.
Really? Do you think that's something we need to look at some point, paying for parking for your type of events, or is that?
I think you open Pandora's box when you get into the youth league. It's kind of like going to the youth league park. You don't pay to go watch your kids play Little League.
Yeah.
And that's basically what we're doing. But with this one event, it's more of a happening. It's an event that people come to for entertainment.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, by the way, they are paying to get into those little league games, by the way.
They pay to get in, but they don't pay us. We collect our rent on the front end. We get our money before it starts.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'd like to also thank you guys for the opportunity you bestowed me to have faith in me to run this operation. We come to work every day. We got a great team. And this is the tip of the iceberg. I really believe there's still a lot of work to be done, and we'll eventually get to where everybody wants it. But I just want to say thank you from my perspective.
Might want to recognize your co-worker back there.
I'll get all that. Big man, Richard Jones. Who else is it? That's all we need right there.
He does a great job.
Thank y'all.
I want to interject one comment before we have Mr. Summerlin. We're a team up here. There's no winners and there's no losers. We decide and we're a team. And I will fully support what this council decides, just so y'all know that, for the record. Mr. Summerlin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a preliminary end-of-year financial report, and when I say preliminary, I mean that not all 100% of the accruals for expenditures nor accruals for revenues have been completed, because not all the data is available, especially with things like franchise fees that we aren't able to obtain that information until a little bit later. So with that, and also we have not completed, of course, our external audit. In fact, we're just now getting ready to go through the external audit. So it'll be sometime in the range of February of 2020 before we're through with the audit. But these are preliminary numbers, and to give you an idea of how we ended the year. So with this being the final month, we expect everything to be at 100%. That would be the benchmark that we test against. Our general fund, we ended with a non-reserve fund balance of $8.9 million. We budgeted for 75 days, but at this point, we're at about 104 days of operations. So that's about 6.4 million in excess of that benchmark 75-day reserve. Again, there are more expenditures and a few more revenues to be accrued. Current property tax collections are 99.7% of the budget, and our sales tax revenues at 91.3%. The data here reflects 11 months, so the benchmark there would be 92%. Overall, our general fund revenues are 98% of budget, and expenditures are at 88% of budget. As we look at the graph for the general fund revenues, this is the budget on the purple line that you see going up as if the budget were incurred evenly or straight line over time. And then the 3-year previous year averages are the blue line, and then the red line indicates 2019 actuals through this preliminary September report. So you can see that our revenues are going to be really close, if not right on target. Lasering out the property tax revenues, we all know that those primarily come in through the months of December, January, and February, so you see that spike up during those 3 months, and then it pretty well levels off after that. Our general fund revenue sales tax, again, it's the same as the other revenues, but just lasered out, and you can see with 1 more month to go for accruals, we should be relatively close to that mark, but just a little bit below. And then again, our general fund expenditures, we're tracking well below the budget, again with the caveat that there are a few more expenditures that are trailing in. If we look at our utility fund, that's our other big fund. Our ending unreserved fund balance is 2.8 million, or 54 days of operations. Our utility solid waste revenues, of course, they have a 1-month delay, so we have 1 more month of revenue to accrue. And the 11 months would be 92% of the budget. Overall, our utility fund revenues are at about 94.2% of the budget. And overall, our utility fund expenditures are at 96.8% of the budget. So same exercise here, just graphing out our utility fund revenues. You can see that in past years, we typically have a pretty big spike in the late spring, where our summer months and our usage goes way up. We did not see near as much of a spike. It was this year, with all the rain events we had, it was a little bit more of a flat line. And then we had the last couple of months of July, August, and then trailing into September, some very dry months. Our utility fund expenditures, overall, same thing. We're getting pretty close to being right about budget, but we should come in at or below budget. And then our one-time projects, those that we have highlighted here, ones that are essentially complete, or we've decided to fund from other sources, such as the Armstrong Park East parking lot and the Lakeside Park trail improvements. So at current, we have about 80,000, 441 that's unallocated savings, primarily from those 2 things that we took care of otherwise and didn't use one-time project funds for. Any questions?
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Richard, for sharing that information with us. And if I understand correctly, it appears as if we're going to have some additional money in fund balance for the general fund, because we've had a very good year so far.
Well, again, I am hesitant to say until all the accruals are made and we're, essentially complete with the audit that these numbers are finalized, but it would appear at this point that our revenues will be a little above where we budgeted, and our expenditures will be a little bit below.
I think we'll be okay. So, so then, therefore, Mr. City Manager, since we have this extra money, I have a project that I would like to recommend that we pursue, and we can take the extra money, and I think people will benefit from it, et cetera, et cetera. So, as the finance director said, the money looks like it'll be there, and it just needs a place to go. And so, I have this idea.
Well, it would be off target to represent it now, so please hold on to it till another time.
Okay.
Mr. McBurnett?
Richard, not really a question, just a comment. I appreciate what you and your staff do. I mean, consistently in and out, you're right on target with stuff, and I appreciate what the city's doing, and it's keeping us strong and stuff by doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ditto.
Ms. Jameson?
I do too, and I hear homestead exemption.
Mr. Cooks, your light is on.
Oh, no, sir, sorry.
Okay. We are adjourned at 10:13.